Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna continue the story What If Deku Couldn't Protect All Might Part 2. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Standing in a pitch-black emptiness, Izuku gazed down at Overhaul's bloody corpse, his blank eyes peering into his very soul. As his body began to rise and approach him, Overhaul uttered the words, "You killed me. You're no better than Shigaraki and all for one." The words, "and no, I did what was necessary, nothing else," were spoken by Izuku as he began to retreat in terror and regret. Overhaul continued to approach him and said, "That's what you say, but you're no better than me, I've killed hundreds. Come on, Deku, accept it's a monster." Izuku tried to deny it by shaking his head, but then he heard someone else speak. "He's right. You are no better than me or Sensei, and soon you'll be like us and kill everyone you know and love," stated Shigaraki. He had a sickening smile on his face as he transformed out of Izuku's shoulder. "You proclaim to be a hero, but you're wrong, you're just a monster like all of us, Izuku." Izuku, tears running down his cheeks, grabbed his head and began shaking it. He recognized his mother when he heard someone else. Inko said, staring at him in disgust, "I can't believe I gave birth to a monster like you." Desperately, Izuku said, Mom, I did what I had to. I didn't have any other choice." As she began to leave, Inko remarked, "No, my son is sweet, and all I see is a monster right in front of me." When Izuku heard that, his heart began to ache, and then he saw All Might standing in front of him, looking disappointed. "I thought I could call you my son. But I was wrong. You're just like All for One and will kill anything," stated All Might. "I should never have given you my quirk." These words caused Izuku's heart to break more and more, causing him to drop to his knees and begin sobbing loudly. Before leaving, Ochako said, "Deku, why? I thought I could love you, but you became nothing more than a monster." Izuku begged, "No, Ochako please don't go." He continued to see his friends, family, and everyone else staring at him with dismay and calling him a monster. Izuku began to give up on everything after feeling everything he had worked so hard for crumble, but two people approached him before he could do so. One man with green eyes and disheveled white hair said, "They are wrong. You're not a monster, you're my son, and you did the right thing." Izuku stared up at him bewildered, and then he recognized him. Dad. Grinning, Hisashi dropped to his knees and embraced Izuku tightly. "You're my son Izuku, and you did the right thing. Don't let these voices tell you otherwise. You're supposed to be the symbol of hope, son, so get up and prove to them wrong. And remember, I'll always be here in your heart and I will always love you no matter what," Hisashi said as he began to disappear. The second figure approached him after he vanished and identified herself as Eri. Eri ran up to Izuku and gave him a hug before vanishing herself as well. "He's right, why you saved me, and if it wasn't for you I'd still be with that bad man," Eri said. "Thank you for saving me, Pa." Before she could finish her sentence, she vanished. Izuku sobbed for a few more seconds before slowly getting up to gaze at all the shadowy people who appeared to be his loved ones. Izuku remarked, "He's right, I'm not a monster," as light began to emerge from the shadowy emptiness surrounding him. "I've been pushed down too many times to not get up from this, and I have a job to do. I have to give people hope." The shadow figures were yelling in rage as the fissures surrounding the emptiness began to widen. "I won't let these negative thoughts control me anymore. I'm the symbol of hope, and no matter how bad things get I'll keep moving forward," Izuku declared. Around him, the darkness broke and was now blazing with light. Izuku turned to see his family and friends grinning at him. He turned around after sensing that someone was observing him, but he could only make out 3 of the 8 figures behind him. Nana was one of them, and the other was the man who gave him Black Whip. Izuku was particularly drawn to the final figure, who had green eyes and long white shoulder-length hair. He was grinning proudly at Izuku, the way a parent would smile at their child. Izuku felt himself leaving this place before he could take any action, seeing everything begin to fade away. Izuku opened his eyes as he began to gradually awaken and noticed the bright white lights of a hospital. He began to slowly scan his surroundings when he noticed Ochako sitting beside him, her head resting on the bed while she held his hand. Then he turned to see All Might and his mother sleeping across the room, with his mother resting on All Might's shoulder. Izuku noticed Ochako beginning to wake up after hearing some faint moaning. She rubbed her eyes and realized Izuku was awake. "Izuku!" exclaimed Ochako, who seized him in a tight embrace. I was so worried when I saw you pass out. Are you alright? I'm fine. Ochako just still accepting what I did and if it was the right thing. Izuku said, glancing at his hands, the same ones that killed Overhauls. With a sorrowful gaze, Ochako drew him close to her heart and gave him a gentle pat on the back of his head. You did do the right thing, Izuku. He was going to kill her and everyone in his path if you didn't stop him, Ochako replied. Izuku simply nodded his head slowly and drew her into a closer embrace, savoring the warmth. Izuku noticed that his mother and All Might were waking up after a few minutes, and Inko went into full. Inko is in a worried state. Inko cried uncontrollably and yelled, "Oh Izuku, are you okay? Are you still hurt? How are you feeling? What do I need to give you to help?" Ochako watched in wonder that one person could cry so much as Izuku, and All Might attempted to soothe her while avoiding all the water. As Ochako tried to comprehend that, she thought, how is she able to cry that much and not get dehydrated? She started crying like a waterfall after 10 arduous minutes of trying to soothe her. In order to prevent her from flooding the hospital, the poor staff had to purchase bathtubs. Izuku said, "Mom, I'm fine, just a little tired," as she noticed that he had tiny bags under his eyes. Izuku's blood froze when Inko said, "Oh Izuku, I'm so sorry you had to do what you had to. I saw it on the news and I felt so bad for you." Izuku said, What do you mean?" in the hopes that she was lying. "It was all recorded, Izuku, but don't worry, no one is blaming you," stated the All Might. "In fact, almost everyone is saying you did the right thing killing that man." Izuku sighed in relief at not being classified as a murderer and slowly nodded his head. "All Might, did you ever have to kill anyone?" asked Izuku. All Might remained quiet for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I did have to kill someone before. He was a supervillain back in America. He held an entire skyscraper hostage with over 3,000 people inside it and was planning to kill everyone. I went in and fought him, but no matter what I did he kept getting up and tried to push the detonator. Sadly, I was left with no other choice but to kill him. It's something I'm not proud of, but that I had to do." Izuku stared at him in disbelief that he had previously killed someone. "I know, shocking, but it happens sometimes, and as long as it shows that you had no other choice you won't get in trouble. You'll just have to give your reasons and put in some therapy to help cope with it." All Might said this before approaching Izuku and embracing him, with Ochako stepping aside to make room for him. "You did the right thing, Izuku, and no one will blame you for it," said the Almighty. Izuku gave him a hug in return, saying, "Thank you, Dad." The moment was cut short when Aizawa entered through the open door and headed straight for Izuku. Izuku gulped as Aizawa said, "Problem child," because of the expression in his eyes. "You did the right thing, Midoriya, and I'm very proud of you for doing what was necessary, even though I'm sure you didn't want to." With a slight smile on his face, he reached over and ruffled his hair. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei," Izuku said, grinning and feeling much better. Someone interrupted them. Ochako gave her a slight glare when Maruko entered after the door was kicked open once more. Maruko grinned broadly and said, "Oh, there you are, Izuku. I must say you did a damn good job kicking that man's ass." Izuku scratched the back of his head and said, Oh, thanks, I'm glad I did a good job." The words, "Haha, you sure did," were spoken by Maruko before she turned to face Ochako and let out a sigh. She gestured toward the door and said, "Look, I know we got off on the wrong foot, but let's talk." When Ochako felt Izuku squeeze her hand, she was about to object. "Ochako, I'd say just talk to her, like I said, it might be a good idea. Izuku says I should at least see your point of view, and I'd at least like to see it as well," so Ochako nodded her head while letting out a sigh. As Inko said, "Oh, are you the other woman Principal Nezu told me that likes my son?" Maruko blushed a little and lowered her ears in shame. Izuku spit out and mentally noted that he should speak with Nezu about interfering in his private life, but he would simply laugh and refuse. Maruko said, Yeah, I am. My name is Rumi Usagiyama and it's nice to meet you," suddenly feeling a little intimidated. As she pictured the grandchildren, Inko remarked, "Oh, you are so beautiful along with you Uraraka. Oh, I can't wait to see them. Oh, if both of you are gonna be with my son, then let's go and talk so I can tell you all about him." Then, ignoring their shocked and flushed expressions, she took both of their hands and escorted them away. Izuku was wishing to die, and his face was now redder than Kurishima's hair. Aizawa raised an eyebrow and remarked, "I'm surprised your mom is okay with two girls liking you." All Might and Aizawa nodded when Izuku said, she wants grandbabies. So since both of them like me. Changing the subject, Aizawa said, oh right, problem child, we need your help. Eri woke up earlier and is refusing to let anyone near her. The doctors and nurses are worried she'll have a panic attack if they get too close to her. I was able to get her to talk and I asked her if there was any way to make her feel safer, and she simply said, the hero Deku with the green hair who saved me. Izuku appeared somewhat taken aback, but he nodded and rose slowly, using all of his strength to support him in case he fell. Once he had his bearings, he set out, and a few minutes later they reached the room where Eri was. Eri was trying to hide from everyone behind the bed when Izuku slowly opened the door. Eri, are you okay? Izuku asked, which made Eri jump. She turned to see Izuku and hurried over to give him a tight hug around the legs. The words, I thought why you left me, came out of Eri's terrified voice. Izuku felt terrible right away and leaned down to give her a tight hug, which she leaned into even more. What? No, I promised you I'd never leave you, I was just put into another room so I can get healed, Izuku replied. Eri simply nodded, embraced him more tightly, and felt relieved that her hero was back to keep her safe. Holding her, Izuku slowly got to his feet and walked to the bed, where he attempted to put her down but she resisted. As she continued to embrace him, he sat on the bed and allowed her to sit on his lap. When All Might and Aizawa saw all of this, they nearly passed out from how adorable it was that she wouldn't let him go. Aizawa noticed the expression in Eri's eyes and realized that she had already grown attached to Izuku and thought he would protect her. After leaving the room, he picked up his phone and called Nezu to let him know. Nezu chirped, oh Aizawa, how can I help you? Nezu, that girl we saved doesn't trust anyone but Izuku, so I think I have an idea what to do with her, Aizawa replied. Nezu said, oh, and what would that be? He was already searching for his blackmail folder on the Japanese government to ensure this went through without any problems. From what I saw, she basically imprinted on him and only lets him get near her. So I was thinking that we have Midoriya become her guardian basically, Aizawa responded. Oh, why, that's a splendid idea. Midoriya would be a great father figure for her. Don't worry, I'll get it through the government one way or another. I have more than enough blackmail, Nezu replied. Aizawa said, wait, how much blackmail do you have? Nezu rummaged through his blackmail material warehouse and remarked, you're better off not knowing. Anyways, I better get going. After I do this, I have a game of 4D chess with Lelouch, then I gotta go back to writing these stories and play my new PS5 inches. Aizawa was a little more terrified than before Nezu hung up. Izuku was using his phone to show Eri something that caught her attention when Aizawa returned to the room. They appeared to be a father and his daughter, based on his observation. Nezu was right. Midoriya, you'll be a great father for her. Eri was watching a show when Izuku switched it to a video of him fighting All for One. He chose to show it to her after she asked to see the moment he became a hero. She quickly grabbed his hand and held it tightly during the part where he was thrown away, seemingly fearing that he would be hurt again. Eri kept watching the video of her hero defeating the villain who destroyed a whole city, wondering why he would do it. Eri asked naively, not understanding why he would put his life in danger, Deku, why would you do that? Because it was the right thing to do, and before I knew it my legs were already moving. All Might was struggling too and needed help, so I decided to help him because the world still needed him, Izuku replied. Eri gave Izuku one more glance before leaning against his chest and experiencing that strange warmth once more. It felt, but she had no idea what it was. Good whenever he held her or she was close to him. The door opened a minute later, and the doctor entered, asking for All Might. He quickly left and didn't return for a few minutes. He had a somber expression on his face when he returned. The statement, Izuku, Night Eye is dying, he asked to see you before he goes as well, was shocking to him. Eri, stay here, I'll be right back, okay? Izuku said, nodding his head before getting up and setting Eri down. Fearing that he would abandon her, Eri pleaded, no, please don't go, I'll be good. Just please don't leave me. The words, I'm not leaving you Eri, I'll be right back, I promise, were spoken after Izuku quickly gathered her in an embrace. The warm sensation in her chest then intensified as he bent down and gave her a gentle forehead kiss. She was not sure why, but she felt her lips quiver upward. She desired the return of that sensation. As he left her hospital room, Izuku said, I'll be right back, Eri. Don't worry, Aizawa-sensei will be here if you need anything. Izuku and All Might reached Night Eye's room and went inside after a brief stroll. When they did, they noticed that Night Eye was using his quirk and had his hand on Mirio's face. Night Eye grinned and said, "You'll be a great hero, Mirio. Don't stop smiling," before turning to face Izuku. "Midoriya, I'm glad I can see you before I go. You can still make it, Night Eye," Izuku said as he approached him. Night Eye gestured for Izuku to approach him. "No, the doctors told me it's too late for me. I took too much damage to my internal organs. Even if they were able to heal the damage, I'd never be able to leave the hospital because of it," he said. "Midoriya, I'm truly sorry for how I acted. I was so blind to what All Might saw in you that I took my anger out on you. I know I can never make it up to you, and for that I am truly sorry, but I hope that you will become the symbol they called you. We need a symbol of hope, and I know that you will be it." Before he touched Izuku's face and triggered his quirk, Night Eye said this. Two figures stood in the center of a destroyed city where hundreds of heroes were lying on the ground, either killed or beaten. Shigaraki yelled, "This is how it ends, Izuku Midoriya," as he flung the body of a 1A member. Izuku watched as his friend's body was tossed aside as he took in the death and devastation all around him. He saw nearly everyone suffer harm or lose their lives in order to keep him safe. All he could feel was anger, and when he finally lost it, the world saw that the symbol of hope had taken his first step into the dark. Shigaraki nearly broke his neck when a green bolt of lightning struck him and choked him before he could move. Izuku screamed, "I'm going to kill you, Shigaraki," and threw him away. Shigaraki crashed into a building, but Izuku was above it with Black Whip and slammed the building down on him before he could even get to his feet. Shigaraki rushed through the building to escape, but he was struck by a punch that tore off his jaw. After bouncing a few blocks away, he blasted Izuku away with his air cannon quirk. Izuku crashed into a structure as a result of his intense feelings. Anger, sadness, betrayal, and failure caused his hair to change, turning white in some places. He rose slowly and exuded a sinister aura that made Shigaraki think of his master. A few blocks away, a huge figure by the name of Gigantomachia slowly rose to his feet, recognized Izuku, and stood up. Gigantomachia exclaimed, "Why, young prince?" upon finally seeing the person his king had instructed him to serve and guard. As Night Eye watched all of this, he began to lose hope and became aware of Izuku's father. But his vision changed before he could speak. The entire world was at peace. There were no more conflicts, famines, or evildoers. Everything had become perfect. Deku, the world's greatest hero, stood atop his tower, his white hair and yellow cape blowing in the wind. He overcame the Quirk supremacists, the League, and the Chinese dragons. He united everyone on the planet and, at last, gave everyone hope. 9 enormous statues depicting all of the former OFA users lined up were placed in front of Japan. For all the heroes, they served as beacons and symbols, and now, thanks to Izuku, they are finally receiving recognition. Knowing that the world is in good hands, Night Eye grinned when he saw this. Before he passed away, Night Eye said, "You'll be a great hero, Midoriya, and don't ever lose hope." Izuku glanced at him, oblivious to the tears that began to fall down his cheeks. "I promise, Night Eye, I'll never give up and become a symbol of hope for everyone in the whole world." "Izuku, why don't you go back to Eri? I'm sure she needs you, and I'm sure you need her too," All Might said, approaching Izuku and putting his hand on his shoulder. Izuku nodded before returning to Eri's room, where Eri rushed to greet him and give him a leg hug. Eri said, "Why you came back," while embracing him more. Izuku leaned down, picked her up, and carried her to the bed, saying, I promised I would." Eri was put in his lap as he sat down and slowly put her to sleep by stroking the back of her head. Before Izuku could reply, Aizawa said, "Problem child, I'll go and talk with the doctors and see if I can have you moved in here for her sake, all right." Izuku let out a sigh and returned to the bed to give her a gentle pat on the back of her head. Izuku smiled as Eri just clung to him, holding him close. Izuku slept with a ghostly smile on her face and said, "I swear I'll never let you get hurt again, Eri." A few days went by, and during that time, Izuku was visited by every member of 1A to check on him. He was thrilled that no one held him responsible for taking Overhaul's life and that everyone agreed that it was the right choice. Izuku was now waiting for the doctors to arrive and inform him that Eri was well enough to be discharged from the hospital. Inko left during her stay here and bought her a lot of clothes, particularly after she was informed that Izuku would be her guardian. She continued to discuss future grandchildren, some of whom would resemble a cross between Izuku and Ochako, while others would resemble Izuku and Rumi. Izuku kept blushing at what his mother was hinting at, and both girls surprisingly agreed after she intervened. After everyone discovered that Izuku was essentially seeing two women, hours of non-stop teasing ensued, primarily from Shinso, to the extent that Izuku punched him through a wall, to which he replied, "Worth it," and collapsed. When the doctor entered with a smile, Izuku was startled out of his reverie. "I have some good news and bad news," the physician stated. "The good news is Eri is free to go and the bad news is that she'll have to take medicine to help her body grow and heal." Izuku let out a sigh of relief and thanked God that Eri could go and that she only needed to take the medication, which was fortunately safe to drink. Izuku said, "Thank you, doctor. I truly appreciate it." The doctor smiled and gave a little bow before departing. Izuku asked, "So Eri, you ready to go?" as he watched her gawk at her new attire. Izuku watched Eri gaze bewilderedly at her new attire and asked, "So Eri, you ready to go?" Eri said, taking his hand and going with him. Eri became frightened by everyone around her as they were walking through the hospital, so Izuku picked her up and carried her. Using the reasoning that they couldn't see her if she couldn't see them, she buried her face in the crook of his neck. This had the opposite effect, and many employees and patrons eventually passed out from the site's overwhelming cuteness. Izuku smiled as he made his way to the front of the hospital after a brief stroll. Izuku looked at her and asked, "Are you ready, Eri?" She nodded her head slowly and gazed out at the world, awestruck by what she saw. Izuku jumped off after charging up 3% and said, "Okay, hold on." He then used float to fly through the city. While he was doing that, Eri glanced around and was mesmerized by what she saw. Izuku landed at Ua dorms after 10 minutes of flight, and he put her down gently, saying, "Here we are, Eri, this is mine and now you're home." With awe in her eyes, Eri gazed up at the enormous structure and said, "Home." Izuku grinned as they made their way to the dorm entrance to prepare for his upcoming adventure now that Eri was here and in his care. The entire class greeted Izuku and Eri as soon as they entered the 1A common room. Everyone turned to watch Eri swiftly duck behind Izuku's leg as he stood there clutching a young girl's hand. Mina ran over to them, screaming, "Oh my god, she is so freaking adorable, where did you find her?" With everyone in close pursuit. When Eri noticed that people were beginning to swarm around her and Izuku, she became terrified and immediately gripped his leg more tightly for protection. "All of you knock it off or else, she's very scared," Izuku said in a very icy voice as she glared at them. When Izuku spoke in that grave voice, everyone froze in terror and unconsciously retreated 2 paces. As he left with Eri in his arms, Izuku said, "Thank you. If you need me, I'll be showing her around and where she'll be sleeping." The students' breath returned as they watched Izuku leave. With a hint of fear, Jiro uttered, "Jesus, Midoriya is terrifying." Rubbing the back of his head, Shoji remarked, "I don't blame him, we did kind of surround them." While everyone nodded, nobody saw a particular dual quirk user vanish. As Todoroki stole a lampshade and placed it on his head, he thought, maybe she's Midoriya's secret love child. "I must find out." Aizawa gave Nezu a sidelong glance and asked, "So why did you tell me not to inform my class that Midoriya is taking care of Eri?" Nezu chirped, "Because fuck em," before he burst out laughing. Aizawa remarked, "You really enjoy screwing with people, don't you?" Nezu sipped his tea and remarked, "Oh, you have no idea, Aizawa." At that moment, his office door opened, revealing a few UA employees standing in front of him. With a stray jacket in hand, Hound Dog approached him and said, "Nezu sir, we agreed that you need therapy." The employees nodded, but before they could respond, Nezu smiled and set down his teacup. "Oh, on the contrary, I'm perfectly sane, and besides you're only talking to a hologram." When he said that the hologram had stopped working, the 2 teachers who had arrived hurried out of the room and saw Nezu laughing as he ran. When he ran, the staff yelled, "Quickly get him." Then Aizawa turned around and watched Nezu land on his chair after emerging through a secret door in the ceiling. Aizawa exclaimed, "Sir, what the hell, I thought you left." "Hamo, that was my old friend, he owed me so I asked him to pay up," Nezu replied. Aizawa said, "But he looked exactly like you," in the hopes that his eyes were deceiving him. Nezu made Aizawa pale when he said, That's his quirk, allows him to look like anyone, but don't worry, he's leading the teachers to Fluffy." One of the few people who had ever met Fluffy, Aizawa exclaimed in a cold sweat, "F Fluffy. But he'll kill them. He had nightmares for months after meeting Fluffy, and for 3 weeks he didn't want to go to work. Ha ha ha, oh don't worry, they'll be fine, but he's gonna scare the shit out em, Nezu replied. His head then jerked back all the way before jerking forward and erupting in wild laughter. Don't enter, was written in all red as the staff pursuing Nezu arrived at a room. Hound Dog opened the door and said, "Come on, let's get him so we can help him with his so-called god complex." When they all entered, they were greeted by a terrifying scene that turned them all pale. Before he departed, Nezu chirped, "Hello everyone, I'd like you to meet my pet Fluffy. Fluffy, this is your food." Before he departed, Nezu chirped, "Hello everyone, I'd like you to meet my pet Fluffy. Fluffy, this is your food." Fluffy screamed, "R R R O O O O O O O O O A A A A A A A A A R R R R R R R R R," which caused the UA staff to scream as well. Izuku opened the door to reveal his room and said, "And this right here is my room where you'll also be staying, Eri." There was a small child's bed for Izuku next to hers, and a new dresser for Eri next to his old one. All of Eri's clothes were already in the drawers, and there were some toys and books on her bed. Eri was drawn to a small stuffed white wolf with blue eyes that was lying on her bed. "Wow, so my mom gave you my old stuffed toy," Izuku said as he approached her after she had approached it, picked it up, and given it a hug. Eri handed it to Izuku after feeling bad after looking at him, but he returned it to her. "No Eri, this is yours now. My father gave me it when I was born and it helped me sleep when I had nightmares. But now you need it more than I do, so it's yours." With wide eyes, she gave him a tight hug before giving Izuku a hug. "Thank you," Eri said. Izuku tapped the head of the stuffed animal and said, "Hee hee, well, Ghost, I hope you protect Eri if I'm not around." They remained in Izuku's room the rest of the day, and he kept teaching Eri to read and write. As the day drew to a close, Eri began to feel exhausted and, much to his shame, assisted her in taking a bath. After adding as many bubbles as he could to the tub, he hurriedly assisted her in getting ready for bed. Izuku kissed her horn tenderly, bringing back the warm sensation, and said, "Good night, Eri." Eri said, "Good night, Deku," before she fell asleep. Izuku grinned and went to bed to rest and prepare for tomorrow. He asked his mother and All Might to watch Eri because he had a patrol. Fortunately, they consented, and Rumi promptly offered to watch her as well after Ochako promised to do so when she returned from her parents' house. After a few hours, a little sobbing startled Izuku, and when he turned over, he saw Eri wailing and thrashing. As soon as he got out of bed, he gently roused her, and she immediately clung to Izuku and began sobbing uncontrollably. Izuku tried to reassure her, saying, Shush, it's okay, Eri. It's okay, I'm here for you." She gradually calmed down and began to sniffle after a few minutes of gentle rocking back and forth. Eri began to tremble as she said, I thought he killed you. Then I was brought back to the labs." Izuku picked her up and sat on his bed, holding her while saying, "You're okay, Eri. I promise he can never hurt you again." Before her tears finally stopped, he rocked her back and forth gently. In the hopes that he would agree, Eri said, "Can I sleep up here with you? Please." "Sure, you can, and if you ever get scared, you can always sleep up here with me," Izuku said, grinning and placing her beside him. Izuku chose to sing Eri a bedtime song after observing her for a while and realizing she was having trouble falling asleep. Green lightning arched around him as he sang that song, and it looked lovely. Eri experienced that strange warm feeling once more. She was about to ask him how he was feeling, but she fell asleep. Izuku grinned as he said, "I'll always protect you, Eri." Izuku woke up a bit later than usual because it was still early in the morning and he felt a strange weight on his chest. Eri was curled up and sleeping soundly on his chest when he looked down. Izuku tried not to faint from the sheer amount of cuteness. No one should be this cute, she thought. Before gently waking her up, he allowed her to lie on his bed for an additional half-hour to give her more time to sleep. Izuku shook Eri gently and said, "It's time to get up so we can get breakfast." "But I wanna sleep more," was her sulky face when she woke up after a few minutes. Hee Eri, you already got more than enough sleep, I'm sure 9 hours is enough, now come on let's get breakfast," Izuku replied. Eri nodded, got out of bed, and accompanied Izuku to the bathroom, where he assisted her with combing her hair and brushing her teeth. He finished after a few minutes, and they both went downstairs. Fortunately, Most people slept in on weekends. Izuku made them an American-themed breakfast, as All Might had always talked about, after they both entered the kitchen. He began preparing pancakes, bacon, sausage, and eggs. He opted for pancakes with a blueberry flavor. Eri was observing him intently while he was cooking, especially when Izuku picked up an apple for her. Izuku approached the table, set down both his and her plates, and then picked up 2 cups of orange juice. Izuku helped her into her chair and said, "Okay, here we are, Eri." Before Izuku realized she was having trouble using her chopsticks, they both began eating. He then drew her closer and assisted her in eating. After a few minutes, some of the other students began to descend and noticed that Izuku was holding Eri's chopsticks while she was being fed. Momo clutched her heart and said, "Oh my god. I could die happy right now from seeing that." Before they all went to the kitchen and prepared some food for themselves or other people, the others all nodded. After examining them, Todoroki took out his conspiracy theory notebook and began taking notes as quickly as Izuku does for quirks. Everyone quickly joined them, but they avoided starting Izuku or Eri by keeping a slight distance. Izuku swiftly shined it on his shirt and gave it to Eri, saying, "Okay, Eri, you ate everything but your apple." Eri's lips twitched upwards as she took a slow bite, and her eyes began to sparkle. It's so sweet," she said. When Katsuki, who had just finished preparing his breakfast, saw that, his only thought was, "I will kill anyone who makes her sad or cry." As the day went on, Eri was persuaded to meet all of his classmates by Izuku, and she timidly introduced herself to them as well. Fortunately, he informed her about Tokiyami prior to their discharge from the hospital, preventing her from becoming alarmed upon seeing him. All of them were chatting or watching TV in the common area. Izuku was attempting to inform Eri that he had to leave for work. She thought he was going to leave her, so she was giving him a tight hug. Izuku tried to reassure her by saying, "Eri, I promise I'll be back later today after my patrol and we can watch any movie you want and have a bunch of apples." Eri said, glancing up at Izuku, "P promise." Izuku pointed to his mother and All Might, who grinned and waved, and said, "I promise, plus I have some people who will watch you when I'm gone. Also Ochako will be here soon as well as Rumi, and maybe I might appear on TV during patrol." When he finished speaking, Ochako entered through the open door. "Izuku," Ochako exclaimed as he ran up to embrace him, saying, "My parents wanted to meet you but had to leave for work. I missed you." "I missed you too, Ochako, and I'm sure I'll meet them soon," Izuku replied. "Hopefully her dad doesn't kill me." Ochako kissed Eri's cheek and reassured him, "Don't worry, Izuku. Your parents and I will take good care of Eri till you get back." When Eri saw this, he turned to face her and wondered who she was to Deku. "Who is she, Deku?" Eri asked, gesturing to Ochako. Izuku pointed to her and said, "Oh, she's my girlfriend Eri. Her name is Ochako Uraraka." Ochako held out her hand to Eri and said, "Hello, Eri. It's nice to meet you." With trepidation, Eri glanced at it and asked Izuku if he was okay. When he nodded, she slowly took his hand. She hurriedly hid behind Izuku's leg after saying, "Hello, my name is Eri." Izuku gave Eri a gentle pat on the head and said, "Okay, Eri, stay with them. I'll be right back. I need to change, okay." With a shy nod, Eri watched Izuku go, leaving the others behind. Inko approached Eri and said, "Hello, Eri. I don't know if you know me, but I'm Izuku's mother." I remember," Eri said, nodding her head. Inko went into mother mode and said, "Well, that's good, let's go and get you a snack. What would you like?" With shyness, Eri said, "Apples." Inko walked away after saying, "Hee, okay, how about you stay here with Toshi and I'll go and cut you up some." "Hello Eri, I'm All Might said as he approached Eri. Inko called my Toshi. They all heard a loud slam and a sudden scream just as Eri was about to answer. As Izuku pulled an unconscious Shinso down the stairs, they all turned to face the staircase. Izuku threw him to the ground and said, "You really need to fix your sleep schedule, it's worse than Aizawa's." In an attempt to find a movie that Eri could watch without having to watch Izuku kill them, Katsuki said, "Hey Deku, don't have too much fun on your patrol." Izuku said, "No promises, Kachan," and then he turned to face Eri. "Okay, Eri, I'm going to be leaving. I'll be back around dinner, okay?" Eri hurried to embrace him and said, "Please come back soon, Deku." Izuku said, "I'll try my best, okay, Snowball," before giving her a forehead kiss and getting up. Now to deal with lazy bones over here. Shinso was awakened instantly when Izuku approached him and kicked him in the ribs. Ow, what was that for? Shinso said, giving him a fierce look. Izuku said as he left, you chose to stay up late. Come on, we have patrol, or I'll make you stay with Nezu all day. Everyone laughed as Shinso went pale and chased after him, leaving Eri perplexed. Eri was watching TV on the couch, where Izuku and Shinso were engaged in combat with some villains. She was terrified that he would be harmed, but she had faith in her hero. Across the hall, as they all watched, the front door was kicked off its hinges. Once more. According to Rumi, who was dressed in civilian clothes, I am here to watch my boyfriend's child. She carried a bag filled with movies as she made her way to the living room while everyone watched. With the subtlety of a sledgehammer, Rumi said, oh, hello, you must be Eri. My name is Rumi, and Izuku's other girlfriend. Nice to meet you. Inko waved her over and said, hello Rumi. Did you find the movie I asked for? Rumi rummaged through the bag and took out The Lion King, saying, it was a pain in the butt, but I found it. Great, I'm sure Eri will love it, said Inko. Katsuki, could you hook it up and play it? Yes, Auntie Inko, Katsuki said as he approached her and accepted it. Denki laughed and remarked, wow, who knew Bakugo could be so tame? Katsuki shouted, oh course I before turning to see Eri staring at him with those naive eyes and saying, Uajin can. Ignoring Katsuki's death glare, Mina laughed and said, he can't swear, which is amazing. Inko pointed to the movie and said, okay, everyone, that's enough. Come on, let's watch a movie. Eri sat between Rumi and Ochako as they all sat down to watch it. They reached the part where Simba asks, Dad, we're friends, right? And we'll always be together, right? As they kept watching it, Eri was perplexed by the word since she had no idea what it was, but for some reason, Izuku immediately came to mind when she heard it. Eri looked at Ochako and said, Ochako, what's a dad? Well, let's see. A dad is someone who takes care of you, teaches you, and is willing to do anything to protect the ones he loves, Ochako replied. Kinda like All Might is to Izuku, Todoroki remarked as she passed by holding a teacup. The All Might laughed and said, hee hee, I guess you can say that. Eri asked, then, what's a mom? After hearing Izuku refer to the kind woman named Inko as such. Rumi laughed and remarked, a mom is essentially the same thing except it's a woman. As the image of Izuku flashed through her mind, Eri thought, someone who takes care of me. After finishing their dinner, everyone retreated to the living room to unwind while watching whatever was on television. The front door opened and Izuku entered, followed by Shinso, interrupting them all. Wishing that a meteor would kill him now, Shinso said, I'm never doing sewer patrols again. Izuku remarked, hee hee, I have to agree that was horrible. Before she could give him a hug, Izuku turned to see Eri running toward him. I missed you, Eri, he said as he knelt down and let her embrace him. With a ghost of a smile on her face, Eri said, I missed you too. Papa. Papa, she called me Papa, was the first thing Izuku said as he froze, and he then fell to the ground grinning. Papa, what's wrong? Eri asked, shaking Izuku anxiously, as if she had done something wrong. Shinso calmed her down by saying, don't worry, Eri. You just made him very happy. Inko was yelling in the background that she was a grandmother and that she wanted many grandchildren. She kept staring at them, causing Ochako and Rumi to flush. Izuku woke up after a few minutes and rubbed his forehead, saying, wow, I had the strangest dream, Eri called me Papa. She did call you that, Midoriya, Todoroki said, happily flipping through his book. In an attempt to blend in, he grabbed the lampshade and placed it on his head. Also another theory is confirmed now, I must get Shinso and Aizawa, he said. Eri asked, Papa, are you okay? As she worriedly walked to Izuku. Yeah, I'm okay Eri, but why did you call me Papa? Asked Izuku. Because you take care of me and teach me, and because you're my Papa, replied Eri. Then I guess I am, and you're my daughter Eri. I love you, Izuku said with a warm smile before embracing her. With an increasingly broad smile, Eri said, I love you too. Papa. Mina laughed and said, hee hee, so if Midori is Papa, which one of you is Mama? Eri chose to speak while Rumi and Ochako exchanged scowls. They both passed out from cuteness overload when Eri declared, they are both my mamas. Katsuki laughed and remarked, I suppose you're the most powerful person in the world, Eri. Eri's statement that, "Nope, Papa is Uncle Kachan," caused Katsuki to faint with a smile. Except for the occasional scream or burst of laughter from the class, it was a calm day at the 1A dorms. The whole class was trying not to pass out from the cute scene they were seeing in the common room. Eri was giggling on Izuku's shoulder while he flew around the common area using float. Eri smiled and said, "Papa, this is so much fun." Izuku burst into tears as he witnessed her genuine happiness, filling the first floor of the dorms. Before pushing himself off a wall and flying around, Izuku said, "Hee hee, I'm glad you like it, Snowball. Now hang on. This should be illegal," Jiro said, clutching her heart, "because it's too cute." Momo grinned and said, "I agree. This is too wholesome." Izuku finally put Eri down after a few more minutes. "Okay, Snowball, I have to go and train, okay?" Izuku said. Eri said, "Okay, Papa. Mommy and I will have some fun then." Eri then ran off to find Ochako. Izuku grinned and made his way to the gym area to continue his training, but he didn't go very far before he saw someone approaching him. "Deku, let's train," Katsuki said as she approached him. Suddenly, Kirishima said, "Hey, can I join, bro? It would be so manly if we all trained together." Before Katsuki approached him and gave him a fierce glare, Izuku said, "Well, why not? I think it'll be great to train together." With a vein on his forehead, Katsuki screamed, "Deku, when the fudge did you get taller than me?" As he caught himself. Before realizing that he was now an inch or two taller than Katsuki, Izuku blinked a few times. Izuku scratched the back of his head and said, "Oh he, I guess I didn't notice with all that's been going on in my life lately." "Don't worry, Katsuki, I'm sure the weather is lovely down there." Then, leaving Katsuki furious, he left. "The heck you say? I'll be taller than all of you bastards. No screw that I'll be twice as tall as All Might. Then you can kiss my 14-foot butt." Katsuki stomped after Izuku and screamed, and upset that he now has to stop himself from cursing every time. Kirishima tried to reassure him by saying, "Hey bro, it's okay to be shorter than someone. Bakugo, stop trying to overcomplicate like those people who drive trucks with massive lifts. We get it, you're small so you have to act angry and compensate for it," Todoroki stated. "The heck you say, half and half?" Katsuki yelled, growing even more irate. "That actually explains a lot then. I guess that Kami girl Todoroki mentioned will have to get herself a toy then," Sue replied. "You wanna die, frog legs?" Katsuki screamed, his face flushed and more veins appeared in his fury. Shinso snickered and said, "Man Bakugo, it must really suck being that small and now you're also shorter than Izuku." Katsuki yelled, "That's it, I'm killing you all," before being pulled away by Kirishima and Izuku. "Let me go so I can kill them all." "Don't worry Bakugo, I'll ask that Kami girl how big she likes it and make her a toy," said Momo with a giggle. Katsuki dragged out while exploding, still screaming and furious. Denki continued to laugh as she remarked, "Man, who knew messing with him could be that much fun?" "I know, right? Maybe that's why Nezu asked us to purposefully push his buttons," replied Shinso. Izuku and Kirishima both put Katsuki down in the gym while he was still gloating. Izuku popped his neck and said, "All right, Kachan, let's have a spar, it'll help calm you down." With his quirk activated, Kirishima said, "Yay Baku bro, let's do this." The words, "I'm going to enjoy this way too much," startled them both as Katsuki broke into a savage smile. Then he threw a huge explosion in their direction. Ochako was putting her hair in a braid and Eri was watching TV on her lap back in the 1A common rooms. With a glance up at Ochako, Eri asked, "Mommy, what are we having for dinner tonight?" I believe your papa said he's gonna make us katsudon," Ochako replied. Eri asked, "What's katsudon?" After completing Eri's braid, Ochako remarked, "Hee, it's your papa's very meal, I'm sure you'll love it." "If papa likes it I'm sure I will too, how do I look mommy?" replied Eri. Eri smiled when Ochako kissed her forehead and said, "I'm sure you will and you look absolutely adorable." Then the whole building shook from an explosion, interrupting them. Before Ochako heard his yelling in the distance, she said, "Well, that's definitely your uncle." Eri laughed and remarked, "Hee Uncle Kachan is very funny. Do you think Papa will like this?" Before she took her hand, Ochako remarked, "He is, and your Papa will always love anything you wear. Come on Eri, let's go and play outside, it's nice and warm." Eri said, "Okay, Mommy, and then she snatched up Ghost and held it while she followed Ochako outside. Mommy, when can I see Mama? Well, Mama is a pro hero, and because All Might isn't a hero, she's much busier than usual. But I'll be sure to call Rumi to talk to you, Ochako replied. Eri exclaimed, yay, I hope Mama will like my new dress and the way my hair looks. Ochako stopped in front of a tree and said, I'm sure Rumi will love them, Eri. Well, let's start playing, okay, Eri. As they began playing tag, Eri said, okay, Mommy. Ochako ran after Eri, who was laughing. Ochako grabbed Eri and tickled her, saying, I'm going to get you, Eri, and then I'm going gobble you up. Eri laughed and said, Aw Mommy, stop, as she continued to be tickled. A very obnoxious voice asked, why is this a little girl at the prestigious 1A? Eri and Ochako turned to see Monoma, who was surrounded by a superior aura. So the great 1A has lowered themselves even more and brought in a little white-haired brat. Oh sorry, or should I say test subject, laughed Monoma. As unpleasant memories that Eri hoped would never returned, she looked down with sadness. Ochako stood and grabbed Eri's hand with the intention of leaving, saying, hey, what's your problem? Why don't you get out of here and stop bullying a little girl? She's been through enough, you piece of garbage. Oh, so you must be the 1A slut that shares her boyfriend with another woman, how disappointing. Not only that, but he's a cold-blooded murderer. I mean, he wants to be a hero yet he goes and kills a villain. He's nothing more than a monster, replied Monoma. Eri glared at him and stepped closer to him, shouting, you leave Papa alone, he saved me and he's a real hero. Monoma shoved Eri to the ground and said, PFF, he's nothing more than a murderer who killed a villain, so get away from me, you disease. Eri screamed, Papa, before Ochako could react, so she glared at him. Izuku appeared in front of Eri as a green blur swept past them in an instant. Eri, what's wrong? Izuku asked, his eyes worried as he looked at her. With tears in her eyes, Eri said, sniff. He was mean to me and Mommy, and he shoved me to the ground. Monoma started to say, ha, so what, it's not like why, but was interrupted when Izuku's fist struck his stomach and sent him flying. Izuku said angrily, Ochako, take Eri inside and make sure she's okay. I need to have a little chat with Monoma. With a nod, Ochako picked up Eri and carried her back to the dorms, leaving Izuku in a very irate fatherly mood. Monoma angrily exclaimed, ha ha ha, you touched me, so now I have your quirk. As she attempted to use Izuku's specialty, Izuku took hold of his fist as he attempted to punch him but felt nothing. As he crushed Monoma's hand, which now resembled a crushed can, Izuku remarked, your own mother won't recognize you when I'm done with you. Mercy, said Monoma, retreating in terror. With his eyes flashing red and a very dark aura surrounding him, Izuku said, you hurt my daughter and made her cry. I'm all out of mercy. Why do I have the sudden urge to hug Izuku and tell him I'm very proud of him, replied All for One. As Present Mike watched Izuku viciously beat Monoma on the security camera, he asked, should we help him? Aizawa sipped his coffee and said, you can be my guest if you want to go out there and end up in a soup. Besides, I'd rather keep my limbs where they are. According to Vlad King, Principal Nezu, can't you stop him? Ha, not even I'm willing to fuck with that. There are only two things in this world I won't mess with. One being Midoriya in angry dad mode and the other is Eri's cuteness. It's way too powerful, even for me, Nezu replied. Vlad King thought, sorry Monoma, but you brought this on yourself. Observing the human pretzel that was Monoma and the remnants of his face, Izuku remarked, there, I think you learned your lesson. Then, leaving him to wallowing in agony and regret, he turned and departed. Eri gave Izuku a quick embrace after he walked to the 1A dorms and entered. Izuku knelt down and gave her a hug in return, asking, are you okay, Eri? With a tighter hug, Eri said, Papa, you're not a bad man. Like that mean guy said. Thank you, Eri, Izuku said with a smile and a soft kiss on her head. Katsuki said, so what did that base loser do? Before he could stop himself. He was being very mean and rude to us and was reminding Eri of her time, there, said Ochako. When Eri stood up for him, he pushed her to the ground and called Izuku a cold-blooded killer. That Monoma would say that to Eri of all people made everyone look horrified. Sniff. He was cruel to Mommy too, Eri said, sniffling. What on earth is wrong with that individual? Denki said this before realizing what he had said and turning pale. Papa, what is meant by fuck? Eri looked up at Izuku and asked. Every woman and man for themselves. Katsuki screamed and fled, the class trailing behind him. With a sickly sweet smile, Izuku said, "Eri sweetie, go with mommy up to my room and play with your toys. And that's a bad word, don't say that until you're at least our age." Eri said, "Okay, Papa," after Ochako picked her up and took off like a savage. "All right, Kaminari." Izuku grabbed Denki's escaping form with Black Whip and said, "I think we need a chat like I had with Monoma." After 30 minutes, everything returned to normal in the classroom until Izuku and Denki entered through the open doors. Denki was trembling and as pale as a ghost, while Izuku was in his typical cheerful mood. Jiro approached Denki as Izuku went off to Eri and Ochako. "Kaminari, are you okay?" Jiro spoke worriedly. First rule of II Izuku's are rules," said Denki, winced. Don't curse in front of Eri." Everyone was very worried about him, and they all thought, what did Izuku Midoriya do to him? Izuku was patrolling alone tonight to give Shinso some much-needed rest, and he was perched atop a tower overlooking the city. Despite being soaked by the rain, he kept scanning the city. Fortunately, his costume kept him somewhat dry, with his mouth guard and hood covering his head. Izuku noticed something out of the corner of his eye just as he was ready to end the evening. Izuku leapt to his feet and ran to the scene of the disturbance, where he saw a man holding a woman hostage. The creep, attempting to push himself on her, said, "Come on pretty, why don't you give us a good time?" "No, please let me go," the woman begged frantically. Before the creep could say or do anything, he was struck in the face by a metal boot that instantly knocked him out. He was about to say something when he was seized by black and green tendrils and pulled away. Holding the unconscious creep, Izuku leapt to the ground and swiftly cuffed him before turning to face the still crying woman. Izuku secured the creep and approached her, asking, "Ma'am, are you okay?" I'm afraid, I thought, hee." The woman sobbed and said, "Was gonna," but she was embraced. Izuku tried to reassure her and calm her down by saying, "It's okay, ma'am. He can't hurt you." While waiting for the police to arrive, Izuku sat there consoling her for a few minutes. When he turned to look, he saw 2 police cars arrive, and 2 officers approached him and the woman. As the others restrained the criminal and escorted him to the vehicle, one of the officers apologized, "Deku, we apologize for taking so long. We were delayed by a drug bust." Before he released the woman and another officer covered her with a blanket, Izuku said, "Don't worry, it's fine, I was going to be heading home anyway." The officer said, "Very well, Deku. Have a good night, we'll take care of it from here." Izuku gave a nod and turned to go, but he was stopped. The woman approached Izuku and said, Wait. Thank you for saving me, I don't even want to consider what might have happened if you hadn't." Under his mask, Izuku grinned and said, "It's no problem, ma'am. I'm just doing my job as a hero." He was greatly confused when the woman said, "Well, thank you, and here's my award." Before he could respond, she pulled down his mouthguard and kissed his cheek, leaving a lipstick mark. "Thank you Deku really," she said before leaving. Unaware that he had a lipstick mark on his face, Izuku stood there for a moment before realizing what had happened and making the decision to go home and try to forget that. Izuku landed on his windowsill at 1A dorms and slowly opened the window, which made him smile when he saw Ochako and Eri sleeping together on his bed. He went to his bathroom in silence, stripped off his hero outfit, and quickly showered without waking them up. Izuku put on his pajamas and went to bed, but as soon as he did, Eri turned over and clung to him, and Ochako did the same. He grinned before dozing off next to 2 of the 3 most significant individuals in his life. He grinned and quickly dozed off beside 2 of the 3 most significant individuals in his life. As Izuku began to moan awake, he noticed that Ochako was using the remainder of his chest as a headrest, while Eri was once again curled up in a small ball on top of his chest. "I wish I could wake up like this every day," Izuku remarked softly, grinning. After slowly getting out of bed and doing some quick stretches, Izuku made the decision to go downstairs and prepare breakfast for himself, Ochako, and Eri. He then carefully moved Eri to Ochako's chest. When he walked into the common room, he noticed something intriguing. Todoroki and Endeavor, dressed in civilian clothes, were hiding behind the couch, both of them wearing huge binoculars and lampshades on top of their heads, and they were observing Shinso. "Yua," Izuku said, pointing to the scene in front of him. "After Todoroki proved that you were All Might's kid, him and his dad are now determined to prove Shinso is Aizawa's son," Mina replied. All right, then, should we seek professional assistance? Izuku asked. What therapist in the world would be qualified to handle the mess? That's both of them, replied Katsuki. As he entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast, Izuku said, true. He began preparing miso soup and steaming rice, then reached over and cut up 2 apples for Eri. Papa, Eri yelled, rushing up to him and joyfully giving him a back leg hug. Izuku greeted her with a, hee, good morning, Snowball, before reaching down to pick her up and begin kissing her. Haha, stop tickling, Papa. Eri continued to squirm and laugh as she said this. Izuku began to tickle her, which made her laugh even more. Nope, you're just too cute not to smother in love, he said. Izuku set her down, picked up their breakfast, and put it on the table. He sat down beside Eri, and just as we were ready to eat, he felt 2 arms encircle him from behind. After kissing the top of his head and saying, "Morning Izu," drowsily, Ochako sat down to begin eating. "Good morning, Ochako," Izuku said. Denki, who was sipping coffee, said, "So, Midoriya, did you hear about the culture festival that's coming up soon?" "Well, what will be the theme for this year?" Izuku asked. As he passed oddly near Denki, Jiro remarked, "Well, we're not sure. Aizawa-sensei told us to decide what to make this year's be." "Hey Snowball, do you have any ideas?" Izuku patted Eri's head. "No, I'd just be happy if I get to spend more time with you, Mommy, and Mama," said Eri with a grin. Hee, I'll try my best to take that day off so we can." Eri, Izuku replied. "Where is Nezu?" Wondering where he vanished, Aizawa asked. All Might uttered the words, "He said he's feeding Fluffy," prior to sipping his tea. The thought of Fluffy made every employee wince. The hound dog said, "Oh, hello there," Nezu said, suddenly showing up. "General Kenobi," was Aizawa's statement. Confused, Vlad King said, "I don't get it." After a brief period of silence, Nezu pressed a button on his desk, causing a trapdoor beneath Vlad to open, allowing him to descend to Fluffy's room. R-O-O-O-O-O-A-A-A-A-A-A-R-R-R-R-R-R-R. Ah. Everyone appeared extremely concerned as the trapdoor closed and the roaring and screaming stopped. Is he going to be okay? As the whole building trembled for a second, Midnight asked. Nezu waved off the question, saying, "Well, I'm sure he'll be fine. In any case, the culture festival is coming up, and I want us to increase security because of all the villain attacks. This could hurt us even more, so we need to make sure it goes perfectly." Nezu then produced a folder containing a list of heroes they could contact to request their attendance at the festival. Before he went up to his room to prepare for patrol, Izuku watched Eri sitting in Ochako's lap with her hair pulled back into pigtails and grinned. When he opened the door and saw someone he hadn't anticipated, Izuku exclaimed, "Oh hey, Ru," before his mind shut down. As she sat in his bed in one of his shirts, Rumi was eating a carrot, but she was really staring him in the eyes and had more than 4/5 of it in her mouth. She made a loud pop sound as she slowly took the carrot out of her mouth. Rumi said, "Oh hey Izuku," her eyes and voice blazing with desire. Izuku said, his hormones running high and his brain still processing what he had just witnessed. "What's wrong, Rumi said, getting to her feet and swaying her hips as she approached him. He didn't realize it, but he began to lean down as she leaned up, and they pulled each other into a passionate kiss before he could say anything more. Rumi was standing right in front of him, her eyes blazing with lust. She leapt to her feet, threw her arms and legs around him, and he placed his hands on her butt to support her as they began a passionate kiss. As Izuku began to move toward the bed, they both fell on it, with him landing on top of her. They kept kissing and began to slowly explore each other's bodies with their hands. Rumi and Izuku were both engrossed in their own worlds, and he was only startled out of it when he bit her ear and she let out a loud moan. Izuku, gasping for air, pushed himself up and said, I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me. It's okay, and I apologize as well. My medication to help manage this hasn't arrived. And, well, your observant rabbits must be the most. There are sexually active animals out there, Rumi said, a little embarrassed. Izuku said, oh, as more heat surged up his cheeks. Well, and because we're both new to this, I've been holding myself back. Particularly me, as this is my first relationship, Rumi remarked. Izuku remained silent for a while, unsure of what to say because he had never encountered this circumstance before. So How do you manage to? After he said, help, he began to flush even more. All right, normally, I reduce stress, you know, but now that I'm with you, it's much more difficult because my rabbit side wants to mate, Rumi said, blushing and pointing down at her ears. When Izuku realized what she meant by mate, her whole face burst into red. With his face hovering just above hers, Rumi said, but don't worry, I'll be fine, but when we do decide to do it, before swiftly wrapping her legs around his waist and pulling him down so their groins would meet. I want you to break me, she said, pulling him into a deep kiss while grinding against him before releasing him. After falling back, Izuku made the decision to take a cold shower. Hee. Rumi bit her lip lustfully and said, he's going to break me an ocha with that size, for sure. Sitting in class, Izuku listened to Aizawa describe the culture festival and its regulations. Aizawa gave the class a straightforward glare and said, and remember, don't do anything that will give UA a bad reputation, okay? The entire class exclaimed, yes, Aizawa-sensei, hoping that the day would arrive soon so they could all enjoy themselves. Mina practically vibrated with excitement as she said, oh man, I'm so excited for this, I can't wait to show everyone my amazing dance moves. Denki, who was stabbed by her jacks, said, yeah, I'm sure it will be amazing, especially when Jiro starts singing. Given that Eri was present, Jiro advised her to be quiet as a whole, while being careful not to curse. Eri held up a small drawing of her family and said, Papa, look what I made. Who's in it, Eri? Wow, that's incredible. Izuku asked, seeming unsure. Eri pointed to them with a broad smile and said, there's me, then you, then mommy and mama, and finally grandma and grandpa. Izuku gave her a hug and said, hee, that's awesome and I'm glad to be in it. So, Midori, will you be attending the festival with us? Mina asked as she approached him. I'm not 100% sure the top 10 heroes have a big meeting that day and they invited me to it because of Kamino Ward, Izuku regretfully replied. Mina pointed to Ochako and said, ah, that's terrible. I suppose you can't see your girlfriend in a sexy costume then. Izuku tried not to think of Ochako in that costume as he blushed a little and turned away. Midoriya, do you know the purpose of that meeting? As Todoroki approached him, he asked. If I had to guess it'd be to deal with the League of Villains and try to finally stop them, Izuku replied. All Might exclaimed, I am here to see my SBLEGGGHHHH, before coughing up a lot of blood and changing back into his normal self. Are you okay, Dad? Izuku patted All Might's back and asked him to help him breathe. All Might wiped some blood from his face and said, I'm fine, young Izuku, but I just can't hold it any longer than like 5 seconds. Are you okay, Grandpa Might? Eri asked as she approached him. Hee, I'm okay young Eri, don't worry. Now why don't you go and see your mom while me and your dad talk, said the Almighty. Izuku and All Might went out into the hall, and Eri nodded before heading off in the direction of Ochako. So, Dad, what is it? Izuku asked, shutting the door. I sigh. Be careful, Izuku. From what I've heard, the heroes will attack the villains in an attempt to stop them. All Might stated, I believe they are calling you to participate in this just in case. Izuku grinned and said, I understand. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're safe, Dad. All Might shivered as he said, you better. I don't want to know what your mom and your girlfriends plus Eri would do to me. Class 1A was getting ready for their performance on the day of the Culture Festival. Izuku regrettably had to depart for the meeting, but he promised to try to visit before the show began. Eri exclaimed, Mama, your costume looks amazing, as she peered at Ochako's outfit. Ochako grinned broadly and said, hee, thanks, Eri. I'm glad you like it. Eri lamented, I wish Papa could be here for the show. Oh Eri, Ochako said, embracing her, your Papa wishes he could be here too, but he can't because of the villains. Eri said with optimism, I know, but I hope he comes in time to watch. As Inko walked up to them and picked up Eri, he said, I'm sure your Papa will be here in time. Come on, Eri, let's let your mom get ready for the show. In addition, I believe I saw some apples nearby. Eri's eyes sparkled as she said, apples. Nezu, who was standing in the rafters sipping tea, remarked, oh my, the festival sure will be amazing. Aizawa said, Principal Nezu, please come down from there. Nezu ignored him and said, fuck you. Oh no, oh yeah, and Present Mike thought it'd be a good idea to sell your tea, Aizawa said as she turned to leave, I don't get paid enough for this. Oh, I see, As Nezu vanished to go hunting, he said, "Well, I guess we're going to need a new English teacher and Fluffy will be getting a new chew toy. Don't present Mike." As he vanished, Aizawa felt a chill run down his spine. Normally, I'd feel bad for him, but he spilled my coffee, so fuck him, he said as he turned to leave. Wash the living washing machine said, and I say we wash the place to clean it of all its filth. Endeavor pinched the bridge of his nose and said, "We're talking about beating villains who don't wash their clothes. Why shouldn't they be cleaned?" Hawks asked in an attempt to irritate Endeavor. Endeavor drank another glass of whiskey and said, "I need a drink." Yukio said, looking a little worried, "You already had 4 bottles." She didn't want to deal with a drunken raging fire. "I have to drink a lot to get drunk because my quirk burns off the majority of the alcohol. Additionally, if I got drunk, Ray would kill me," Endeavor recalled, recalling the time he got drunk and she threw him through a wall while he was covered in ice. It took him an hour to melt the ice, and he spent a month on the couch following the incident. "Before we create a strategy we need to find where they are located first and who keeps making these Nomu," stated Kamui Wood. Izuku tried to ignore the fact that Rumi had chosen to sit on his lap when he said, "That would be the smartest thing to do as of this moment." "Do we have any leads, then?" Hawks asked, glancing at Tsukauchi. Tsukauchi pulled out some folders and said, "We do have some leads but not much to go on. First, there have been sightings of Kurogiri in the forest, and he seems to be looking for something, and then there's this man." Tsukauchi set down a folder and opened it to reveal a bald man wearing thick glasses and a huge mustache. "Based on the reports and evidence we were able to locate, we think this man has been making the Nomu for a very long time. We found notes from him when we raided All for One's base, and based on what I've read, he's well over 100 but appears to be in his 40s or more," Tsukauchi said. "Great, so we have some mad scientist running around that can make Nomus with multiple quirks," said Endeavor with annoyance. "What's wrong, Izuku?" She felt him freeze when he saw that doctor, so she asked Rumi. Izuku whispered, "I know him, but everyone could hear him." "You know him? What do you mean?" asked Tsukauchi if he had any evidence against him. "Back when I was 4 and went to get my quirk test to see what it was, he was my doctor and misdiagnosed me and said I didn't have one," Izuku recalled. "Since then, have you seen anything?" Tsukauchi asked. "No, the last time I was him was when I was leaving the hospital," Izuku replied. "I sigh," Tsukauchi said, "Well, let's hope we find more evidence on this man." Gentle poured a cup of tea, which splattered all over his partner due to the wind, and said, "So this is Ua, it's time for them to see a new class of villains." La Brava smiled and said, "Let's do this gently." To stop the festival, Gentle and La Brava fled in the direction of Ua, but they were unaware that they had tripped a sensor that would have alerted the principal. Nezu pulled out his phone and texted Izuku, saying, "They're going to learn the hard way not to mess with a dad's daughter. Hamo, would you look at this intruders? Normally I'd inform my staff and have them take care of it, but I'd rather have my protege do it." Izuku pulled out his phone and read the message from Nezu before his eyes widened. He said, "but I have to leave because the nice criminal is going to attack UA." After taking a note from Maruko's book, Izuku kicked open the door and hurried out, racing in the direction of Ua. Maruko hurried after him in the hopes of finding some excitement, saying, "Ha ha ha, don't leave me behind, Izuku, I hate meetings." As Tsukauchi watched the heroes depart, he remarked, "Well, I guess this meeting is cancelled for now." A green blur slammed into the ground, interrupting Gentle's dramatic statement, "It's time we'll learn to fear the gentle criminal." Izuku stood in front of them and said, "I don't think not Gentle," with Maruko landing directly behind him. "Yes, please be polite now, or I'll show you firsthand what it feels like to be kicked with enough force to shatter steel." Maruko thumped her foot and said, "And news flash, it's not fun. Shit, both Deku and Maruko, I don't know if I can handle them both, let alone Deku," said Gentle. "I'll give you only one warning, Gentle, surrender now, your crimes are extremely minor, so if you come quietly they won't increase," Izuku replied. Gentle said, "La Brava gave me a power-up." "You got it, Gentle," said La Brava, who then used her quirk to cover him in a pink tint. Gentle said as he prepared to fight, "You can't defeat us with the strength of our love." Izuku appeared in front of Gentle before he could blink, his fist just an inch from his stomach. "I'm sorry, but my love for my daughter is stronger than yours." Izuku then punched him by 1 inch. "And I won't let you ruin the festival for my daughter and my friends," she said. The punch's force caused Gentle to reel back and fall to the ground, unconscious. With her arms crossed and her ears flat against her back, Rumi pouted and said, "Ah, I was hoping for a good fight. How does it sound to spar with you later? I swear her hugs could give my mom a run for her money," Izuku said, receiving a bone-crushing embrace in return. "Well, then it's a date," Rumi grinned. "You mean that kicking the shit out of each other is your idea of a date?" Izuku said, raising an eyebrow. Well, partly, but I think we should go on a real one sometime," Rumi replied. Hound Dog approached them and said, "Thank you, Midoriya, for stopping him. I'm not sure why Nezu told us not to get involved until you were finished. He has a god complex and is a sociopathic rat." Izuku said deadpan, "When he asked me for ideas on how to conquer the world, I gave up questioning him. I'm not sure how you and Aizawa can call him that without killing him. The last time he was called that by a staff member, he quit the following day." Hound Dog remarked, "Well, I won't waste any more of your time, so why don't you two go over to festival while we take care of him?" We still don't know why, but he was as pale as a ghost and flinched at the mere mention of Nezu. As he and Maruko departed for the festival, Izuku said, "Okay, well, thank you, Hound Dog." Maruko remarked, "I wonder if they started." Izuku took out his phone and checked the time. "We have 1 minute, so let's move quickly," he said as he hurried away, her right behind him. Izuku showed up beside them all just as they were ready to take the stage. "Am I running late?" Izuku asked, panting. Ochako threw him one and said, "No, if you rush and put this costume on." Izuku gave a nod, vanished, and then reappeared wearing it. "Let's do this," Jiro said as he hurried to the stage. "We're going to. We have music that will murder everyone." Before he began to play the drums, Katsuki screamed, causing a huge explosion. Swap out Mineta for Shinso, and hold Eri with Inko. After 1A's incredible performance, everyone in the audience began yelling with joy. Eri jumped in Inko's arms and exclaimed, "Papa and Mommy were amazing and everyone else." Looking up at the class, Inko grinned and said, "Hee hee, they sure were. Oh, Hisashi, if only you could see our son now. He has many friends and is very content. Your papa sure was amazing," Rumi said as she approached them and Eri gave her a hug. Eri said, "Mama, I missed you," and gave her a tight hug. Rumi gave her a hug in return, saying, "Hee hee, I missed you too much, little bunny. And then when Papa started dancing with everyone else I started too, and I wanted to dance and it was so shiny and amazing," said Eri when describing the performance. Izuku ruffled her hair and said, "I'm glad you liked it, Eri." Mirio approached him and remarked, "That show was really amazing, Midoriya." "How are you, Mirio-senpai?" Izuku asked. Mirio grinned broadly and said, "Hee hee, it's been better, but I'll be up and back at it in no time." "I hope so too, Mirio-senpai. You deserve to be a hero," Izuku replied. Mirio pointed at the terrified person and said, "Thank you, Midoriya. I hope you enjoy the rest of the festival. I have to go and save Tamaki." "I'm glad you were able to come, Papa," Eri said with joy. Rumi crossed her arms and said, "I'm sure your papa wouldn't miss this at all, especially if it meant seeing you smile more." A voice they had not heard in a long time asked, "Midoriya, when did you get 2 hot girlfriends?" All of them turned to see Mineta standing there, displaying intense jealousy. "The rumors that you and Maruko are dating are not only accurate, but you also have Uraraka." "That's really unfair," Mineta said, sobbing. Izuku said in confusion, "Wait, how are you allowed on the premises? I thought Nezu banned you. Who is that and what are the details?" "Hello, my name is Mineta, and I can't wait to see how hot you look in 10 years, Mineta said, gesturing to Eri. Eri was so uncomfortable with the creep's words that she tried to run away from him right away. Mineta was about to continue when he was hurled to the concrete wall by a red boot. Izuku cracked his knuckles and said, "He's going to wish he was never born." Rumi and Ochako followed suit, cracking their own knuckles. In the end, what transpired was so horrific and agonizing that Nezu could only say that it makes the blood eagle appear innocent. Izuku walked away from the heap of flesh and shattered bones that was and still is Mineta, saying, hopefully, he learned his lesson now. Eri hugged him and said, "Papa, that person was creepy." She hoped she would never have to see him again. Izuku said, yes he was, and he and the others soon followed. By this point in the evening, the entire class was in the common room, either unwinding or discussing the festival. Kirishima remarked, You did fantastic on the drums, Baku bro. A loser can't do them. Of course I did. Katsuki screamed. After avoiding a chair that was thrown at him and running away, Todoroki asked, so does that include you? Icy hot, get back here. Katsuki screamed as she ran after him. Bakugo no. Iida screamed and hurried away to ensure Katsuki didn't act hastily. Izuku laughed and said, well, everything is back to normal again. Ochako, who was seated beside him and rested her head on his shoulder, remarked, it sure is. Oh, where is Rumi? I haven't seen her much. Izuku pointed to the dining room and said, oh, she's talking to my mom over there. Rumi looked very embarrassed, and her ears were laying flat down, but Inko was very happy and spoke very quickly, even though neither of them knew what they were talking about. Eri's statement that, Papa Uncle Nezu said he wants to give me a pet, caused the entire room to freeze. After hearing that 1B attempted to save their sensei and used Monoma as the sacrificial lamb to do so, everyone learned about Fluffy. Eri, Izuku said gravely as he knelt before her and touched her shoulder, saying, never accept a pet from Nezu, okay. Eri didn't understand, but she chose to listen to her father when he said, okay, Papa. Nezu laughed uncontrollably and remarked, HM, you're getting smarter, Midoriya, but then again, I'd expect not less from my protege. Over the intercom, Aizawa said in a very irritated voice, Principal Nezu, it's 9 in the morning. Stop laughing so loudly, I can hear from your room and I remind you it's in a different building. And why would I do that? I pay you so I can do anything I want, Nezu replied. Over the intercom, Vlad King said, you don't pay me. Nezu dismissed it, saying, all right, let you live for it. Hold on, am I the only one without a paycheck? Vlad said. Nezu pressed a button and said, oh, look at that Fluffy wants a snack. Prior to Vlad's yelling becoming inaudible, he said, Principal Nezu, I'm all the way over in the teacher's house and Fluffy won't be able to Quote. In his bedroom, did you really construct a trapdoor? Aizawa asked, a little alarmed. Yes, you sleep-deprived hobo, would you also like to be his new chew toy? Nezu said, his paw hovering over the Aizawa's room button. No sir, Aizawa explained. Before shutting off the intercom, Nezu said, good, that's what I thought. Now where was I? Yes, exactly, how can I take over the world with Midoriya's assistance? Rumi was reading something on her phone while playing absently with a ring on her left hand while she sat on the couch in a very nice house. A large set of muscular arms embraced her from behind, knocking her out of her reverie. An older Izuku, who appeared to be in his mid to late 20s, asked, hey, what you reading? Leaning back against Izuku, Rumi remarked, hee, nothing really, just some stuff about new hero costume materials. Where's Ochako? I'm surprised she isn't here. Izuku stated, she had to take Eri to the doctor's. Two voices ran up to them and yelled, Mama, Mom, Dad. They were the twins, a boy and a girl, the children of Izuku and Rumi. One resembled his mother in having rabbit ears and feet, and he had Rumi's white hair with Izuku's curliness. The other one's hair was a mix of Rumi's straight hair and Izuku's curls, with a hint of green. Additionally, each of them had a tiny row of freckles beneath their eyes. They were both jumping up and down with excitement, and their skin was a very pale wheat color. Mama, I have your quirk, Yoichi said, gesturing to his feet and rabbit ears. The statement, and I have Daddy's quirk, was made by Sake, who appeared to be paying close attention before black wisps emerged from her hand. Referring to the children of Eri, Izuku, and Ochako, Rumi remarked, that's amazing you two, I bet your brother and sisters will love to see them. Yoichi put his thumb to his chest and said, hee, I hope mommy likes our quirks because we're gonna be the next strongest heroes. I'm sure all of you will, Rumi said with a joyful smile. When Rumi awoke abruptly, she held her chest above her heart and exclaimed, wow. That dream felt so real. She stretched as she slowly got out of bed, releasing all the knots in her back. When she heard her phone ring, she went to the kitchen to prepare a simple breakfast and get ready for the day. When Rumi answered her phone at 8 a.m., she asked, hello, and wondered who it was. A voice said, hello Rumi, how have you been? And Rumi instantly recognized it, causing her to freeze. Rumi stammered, hey mom how's it GG going? Her mother was the one person she was most afraid of. Oh nothing much, just wanted to call my daughter and ask her about this boyfriend I've heard she apparently has. Funny thing is my daughter didn't tell me but I did find out thanks to the gossip of the news, said Mito while on the phone. Rumi stammered, "OOW well I've been really busy." Mito said sarcastically, "So you were too busy to call your own mother but not busy enough to get yourself a boyfriend?" Rumi said, "Yes." Rumi was terrified for Izuku's life when Mito said, "I want to meet him, especially after everything I've heard about him and seen on TV." Rumi hoped she would believe her when she said, "Oh well, we're really be busy mom, you know be being heroes and all. I doubt that he's that busy and I'll be in Japan in 3 days from now by the way, I hope to meet him then, bye Rumi love you," said Mito before hanging up. "Well, Izuku, it's been nice knowing you. I'll be sure to never forget you," Rumi said, sagging in her chair and tilting her head toward the ceiling. Izuku rubbed his nose and sneezed, "Achoo. Midoriya are you getting sick? You're a UA student you shouldn't be getting sick it will look bad on UA." Iida replied. No I'm fine I think someone was talking about me," Izuku replied. Iida hurried to the kitchen and said, "In any case, I'll make you some chicken noodle soup." After pinching the bridge of his nose, Izuku made the decision to go downstairs, where he discovered Iida attempting to have everyone put on masks to keep Izuku at bay. "Four eyes if you try and put that on me I'll send you fucking flying," Katsuki screamed. "Midoriya is sick so we must all mask up and have him quarantine himself in his bedroom till it goes away," Iida replied. "I wonder if Aizawa will let me have some of his whiskey if I ask," Izuku was thinking. On the opposite side of the room, Izuku turned to see Todoroki wrapped in quarantine tape and dressed in a hazmat suit. Izuku headed to the kitchen, where an unconscious Iida was, thinking, "Even if he says no, I'm going to get that whiskey." Katsuki raised an eyebrow and said, "So because you sneezed he decided we all need to wear masks?" Izuku, who was preparing a sandwich, said, "Yes, and it was a serious overreaction, especially since I think someone was talking about me." As Katsuki searched the refrigerator, she asked, "Hamo where's your kid in Uraraka? Damn it who used the last of my hot sauce." "Whoop whoop 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 whoop," Denki exclaimed as she ran like a crab upstairs. Recovery Girl wanted to check on her to make sure she's healthy so Chako went with her. "Besides I got called to the hero meeting where they will be revealing this year's ranks," stated Izuku. Looking for something spicy, Katsuki said, "HMPH, you better be in the top 50 or I'm kicking your ass." "Oh I just remembered when will you and Todoroki be finishing your hero testing so you can get your license?" Izuku replied. Katsuki grabbed some ghost peppers and said, "Anytime in the next 2 weeks." Before his phone rang, Izuku said, "Well, I wish you luck in passing and whoever you decide to train under." "Oh sorry I gotta go see y'all later Kachan, oh also please tell Ocha and Eri why I'm not here just in case." Katsuki, who was eating ghost peppers, said, Yay whatever. "God damn it Pikachu you dead," and hurried off to fetch Denki. Toru, who was passing by, asked, "What the hell did Kaminari do?" "He replaced Bakugo's ghost peppers with chili peppers," Mina laughed. "Hey Jiro you might wanna save your boyfriend." He's not my boyfriend," Jiro exclaimed, flushed, and hurried away. Izuku asked, glancing at the room containing the top 10 heroes, "So this is the hero ranking?" Yukio looked at her longtime friend and said, "Yes, it is, and also. Rumi, why must you sit on his lap? We're trying to be professional." Rumi wiggled her butt a bit to settle in, saying, "I don't see him complaining. Best seat in the house besides." Izuku said, attempting to maintain his cool in the face of all these heroes. Hawks, eating a piece of chicken, said, "Meh, who cares? I'm just wondering what your rank is going to be, kid. I mean, you beat the guy that not even All Might could beat. Your rank should be pretty high." Maruko then leaned in close to his ear and remarked, "Not only that, but look how good he's been doing since then, I'm sure you pretty close to the top 10. Rumi gave his ear a quick bite that no one saw, whispering, "And if you did I'll ask Ochako to help me give you a special reward." As he squeezed his leg to maintain control, Izuku thought, "This woman is going to kill me." Endeavor rummaged through his phone and remarked, "Well, I'm pretty sure you're at least in the top 50. A man carrying a clipboard said, "Excuse me. We're ready to announce the rankings." Maruko got to his feet and left the room, saying, "All right, let's do this so I can kick those villains' asses." Hello everyone, we are here to announce the new top 10 heroes and we also have a very special guest who shall be in the rankings as well. The announcer said. The number 10 Dragoon hero, Yukio, as she left. I honestly don't think I deserve this rank but I'll do my best, Ryuko replied. The number 9 he went down to but won't be defeated, equipped hero, Yoroi Musha, stated the announcer. Outside the top 3, a ranking like this is all erroneous based on the tide of time, stated Yoroi Musha. The announcer said, number 8 from the Clean and Shinny commercial, laundry hero, Wash. Wash, wash ash ash, was Wash's cry as he began to jump. The announcer declared, number 7 is a huge leap, a promising hero whose growth won't stop. Kamui Woods. The words, I'm honored, came from Kamui Wood. Number 6 from the Orthodox School of Manliness, he reliably keeps his ranking shield hero, Crust, stated the announcer. With tears in his eyes, Crust remarked, I wanted to see you in action more. All Might. Number 5, a bunny with a determined spirit has risen in the rankings. Rabbit hero, Maruko, stated the announcer. Maruko grinned and remarked, I heard you formed a team, weaklings. Number 4, this mysterious ninjas had a huge jump in cases resolved and approval rating. Ninja hero, Edgeshot, stated the announcer. Edgeshot said, be quiet, we're in public. And for the heroes involved in the Camino Ward incident their rankings have skyrocketed up, according to the announcer. Even though he's currently on hiatus, he's still number 3. With the number 1 approval rating Fiber hero, Best Jeanist. We are all waiting for him to return as soon as possible. And for number 2, he does things his own way, but he's fierce. With great momentum, he's reached the number 2 spot. The Wing hero, Hawks. According to the announcer. Hawks said, that's an exaggeration. And, he's been the temporary number 1, but today, he's really, truly in the number 1 spot. The Flame hero, Endeavor. Said the announcer. I'll prove to you all that I can hold this spot till All Might's successor is ready to take the mantle, stated Endeavor. And now for our special guest. We witnessed him when all hope was lost and the symbol of peace was about to be killed. But then he stood up and fought off that terrible monster. He hasn't stopped since then and kept moving forward and growing. And now he's the number 11 hero, the symbol of hope, Deku. According to the announcer. Izuku's confident yet always gentle face drew everyone's attention as he walked onto the stage. I promise you all that me along with the police and other heroes that we shall defeat the League of Villains and put an end to this fear they have placed on us, Izuku said with a smile on his face. And these are the top 11 heroes everyone, let's put our faith into them to stop the League, stated the announcer. The heroes all waved before making their way slowly off stage to return to the rooms for a conversation or to depart. Endeavor approached Izuku and put his hand on his shoulder as they were strolling. Endeavor said, Midoriya, I need to talk to you for a moment, and he and Izuku left to go to another room. Glancing up at the hero, Izuku asked, what is it, Endeavor? What I said out there is true. I know I can't hold a candle to All Might but I will hold this position until you're ready. But don't think I'll let you take it easily. If you want it you'll have to prove to me that you can take the number 1 inch, stated Endeavor. Izuku looked Endeavor in the eyes as he said, I promise you Endeavor that I will be strong enough to handle it and take it from you. Good or I'll beat you until you do, said Endeavor as he left. Oh, right before I forget, me and Hawks will be having a meeting soon. I want you to join us. You have a history with the Nomu and Shigaraki so your information can prove useful. Very well, just let me know when and I'll be there, Izuku replied. Before Rumi attacked Izuku, Endeavor and Izuku both left the room and went their separate ways. Rumi said, so you think you can get away, huh? What, no, I was just heading back to UA to go and see Eri, Izuku replied. Rumi jumped on his back after saying, sure, well guess what, I'm coming with ya. Izuku said, you want me to carry you? And was punched back, saying, okay, I'm going. When Izuku and Rumi arrived at UA, the entire class greeted them as they entered the building. Wow, good job Midori number 11 and this early in your career, that's amazing, Mina replied. I must agree, it truly is amazing Midoriya, I hope you keep up the good work, said Momo with a grin. HMPH, Katsuki said, crossing his arms, I'd expect nothing less from my rival. Shinso chuckled and remarked, it's more like you thrashing your arms at him while he keeps getting higher. It's not really a rivalry. Eri had just entered the room when Katsuki said, you want to Fuujing Dai. He quickly caught himself. Eri gave them both a hug and said, Papa, I saw you on TV. You looked so cool up there, just like you, Mama. Hee hee, of course I looked awesome, I'm me, Rumi said, taking in Eri's compliments. Ochako pulled Izuku into an embrace and kissed his cheek, saying, Izuku, I'm so proud of you. Izuku said, hee hee, thanks, Ochako, and gave her a quick kiss on the lips. As she took Izuku in her arms, Rumi remarked, oh, that reminds me and Ochako gotta give you your reward. Eri sweetie, go and stay with Uncle Katsuki while me and your mommy give your papa a reward. Eri said, okay, Mama, as she followed Katsuki into the living room while he asked her what she would like to watch. With a, welp let's go, expression, Rumi seized Ochako and pulled her away as well. Mina laughed and said, hee hee, make sure you stay quiet, we don't want to hear it. Before Shinso knocked him out, Iida exclaimed, hear what? What will they be doing? If it is inappropriate for Ua I can't Al. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to let you ruin Izuku's reward. Besides, he'll owe me later, Shinso said, pulling Iida to a closet and pushing him inside. Now, where's the coffee? With a huge, sultry smile on her face, Rumi dropped Izuku onto the bed. With passion, Rumi remarked, so you ready for your reward? Izuku, who didn't want to rush things, said, wait as shouldn't we take things slow. Rumi approached him, took his hand, and forced him to squeeze her boob. Don't worry, we'll be taking it slow, she said. I'm gonna push it as far as I can. That made Izuku gulp, especially since he could sense Rumi's lust oozing from her. Well, Ochako, would you like to join or are you just going to watch? Rumi asked, glancing at the agitated Ochako. I mean you can watch, it'll just mean more for me and that I can handle it. Ochako wanted to disprove Rumi, so she strode up to Izuku and gave him a passionate kiss even though she knew she was only encouraging her. Oh don't worry Rumi, I can keep up with you, but the real question is, can you keep up with me, replied Ochako. Izuku prayed that he would live after noticing that lights were going off between them. Shigaraki looked at the doctor and asked, so doctor, is the Nomu ready? Should be very soon, and don't worry, I made it stronger than we originally planned, he'll be able to handle both Endeavor and Deku easily, said the doctor. Shigaraki said, hee good, and what about my quirk you promised me? It was trickier than planned, for some reason it is very weak and highly unstable. But I was able to fix it enough so that it should be more than strong enough for you to use and prove your All-for-One successor. The doctor said this while attempting to determine why the remaining All-for-One strand was weaker than initially believed. Good, and soon we'll have Master's other servant on my side once Kurogiri finds him, stated Shigaraki. A huge figure was sitting on the ground in the middle of the woods, holding a small photograph of two people. Izuku, who appeared to be around 2 or 3, was all for one. As he began to leave, Gigantamakia said, Master, I apologize for not finding the young prince. I will do my best to find him. Gigantamakia must protect young prince like my master told me, even if it means betraying him. Then he recalled the exact words that had been spoken to him. Gigantamakia, you shall protect Izuku, or as you call him, young prince, no matter what. Even if it means betraying me, he is my son and I'm instructing you to protect him no matter what. Even if you must kill me to do it, am I understood, stated all for one. With difficulty, Gigantamakia said, why? Yes master, I shall protect him no matter what, even if I must kill you to do it. Some of the students were snickering and giving him knowing looks, but Izuku was downstairs trying to ignore them. Even worse was when Ochako and Rumi blushed and said, no comment, when Mina kept asking them about what had happened. Their smiles, however, spoke for themselves. Shinso smirked as he passed by and said, you owe me big time, you know that. Izuku said, pinching the bridge of his nose, yeah, I know. As Shinso took a sip of his coffee, he asked, so will we be going on patrol tomorrow? Izuku cut up some apples for Eri and said, I have to go to a meeting with Endeavor and Hawks tomorrow, probably later in the day. Shinso, surrounded by a sense of superiority, remarked, well, I do have to admit it's quite nice working under the number 11 hero of Japan. Izuku said, because he didn't want to deal with Shinso, especially since he was exhausted. Izuku carried the bowl of chopped apples into the common area and set them on the table for Eri, who was lounging on the couch. Eri said, thank you, Papa, snatched up the bowl, crawled up on the couch, and then sat in his lap to eat. Izuku said, No problem, Snowball. She smiled as he gave her a gentle head kiss. So Midoriya, how does it feel being the number 11 hero? Asked Shoji. It feels pretty good and Izuku's phone rang, interrupting him. Oh sorry, got to take this, hello. With joy, Inko said, Izuku, your check just arrived, and I deposited it into your bank account. Izuku said, oh, thank you, Mom. I truly appreciate it. Oh, that reminds me, when are you coming over and bringing Eri and your girlfriends? I wanna see em again, Inko replied. What sorry Mom, losing signal going to Mars, Izuku replied. Mars. Wait, what do I? Inko hung up the phone, but the call was cut off. Izuku thought, I'll take care of that later. Todoroki, who was passing by, asked, did you seriously just hang up on your mom? She wants to see Rumi, Ochako, and Eri, and it'll just be a couple hours of her talking about wanting grandkids, Izuku said. Understandable, my mom has been on me and my siblings' butts for a while now on when she's gonna be a grandma, Todoroki replied. Izuku asked, what's with moms wanting grandkids? With a frustrated expression on his face, Katsuki remarked, who knows, my old hag won't shut up about it. Shinso said, well, you do have Kami, so we're not fudging dating eye bags, exclaimed Katsuki, who was flushed. Whatever helps you sleep at night, but just remember I stay up late and my room is next to yours. And I hear everything, stated Shinso. For an uncomfortable while, Shinso and Katsuki looked at one another, and it only got worse when Shinso took a loud sip of coffee. What about you? Eye bags have been seeing you go to the support department a lot, replied Katsuki. Touché, Shinso said. The following day, Endeavor and Hawks met, and while Hawks was contentedly munching on some food, Endeavor was irritated. Endeavor tapped his finger on the table and asked, where is Deku? He should have been here 20 minutes ago. Hawks pulled out his phone to reveal that Izuku was interacting with some bank robbers. Oh well, look, he said. He seems busy but should be here soon. HMPH, very well. So what was it you wanted to talk to me about? I know you didn't just agree to this for a meeting, replied Endeavor. I want to ask you if you can really handle being number 1 inch, Hawks replied. I want to know if you're willing to do what it takes. I'll do it because I have to. I know I'm not the hero I should be, nor will I ever be. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to do my best to hold this position till Deku can take the mantle. He's the symbol of hope this world so desperately needs, and it's something I can never be, Endeavor shocking Hawks. Hawks drew Endeavor's attention by saying, hee hee, that's good to hear, but you have to be a symbol, and I think I know the symbol that fits you. Endeavor, the symbol of strive. It fits you very well because no matter how much you struggle you keep moving forward. Hee hee ha 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 ha. Endeavor erupted in laughter at Hawks's remarks, and he eventually composed himself. Quote, I guess you're right, I would fit that perfectly. Endeavor noticed something hurtling toward them at breakneck speed when she peered out the window. The waiter was approaching them to ask, quickly run. When he turned around, a blast of flames met the object as it extended its arm and destroyed a large portion of the floor they were on. Endeavor remarked, so another Nomu, flying like the Nomu with his flames. The hooded Nomu said in a deep, broken voice, are you the strongest? Yes, I am the greatest hero, Endeavor declared as he prepared to engage in combat. Hood shouted, good, then show me your strength. As he charged ahead and slammed Endeavor into another building. As he struck Hood's head with his fist and blasted him away, Endeavor thought, what the hell, how is this thing so powerful? Endeavor screamed, flash fire jet burn, and blasted him with a tremendous, focused flame blast. Holding a steel beam, Hood charged through the flames and slammed it into Endeavor, shattering some of his ribs. Endeavor screamed, damn it, flash fire hell spider, and sliced Hood into several pieces while generating enormous fire beams with his fingers. Weak, you're weak, Hood yelled, recuperating from the wounds fast and punching Endeavor out of the way. Hood grinned as he saw Endeavor crash into another structure, but he heard something and spun around in time to see a huge feather. After the feather severed his arm, he looked up to see Hawks soaring overhead. So you're a Nomu, you're uglier than I thought, replied Hawks. Damn it, I only have 30% of my feathers because the others are rescuing civilians. With a glance up at Hawks, Hood asked, are you strong? Hawks said, I can keep you busy, but I'm not as strong as the other guy, before hurling a bunch of feathers at him. Hood glanced at the feathers and used his arm's strength to swipe them, sending a huge shockwave. Hawks had to send nearly all of his feathers away after being sent back in order to protect people from the shock wave that this Nomu had just produced. Endeavor screamed, "Prominence burn," and roasted Hood with a tremendous burst of flames. Hood was floating there with just a few burn marks as the flames subsided. "Is that the best you have, hero?" Hood asked. What, but those flames were hot enough to carbonized cells," said Endeavor. Hood yelled, "You're not strong enough," as he charged at Endeavor and reached out to seize him. Before hurling him across the city, he began swinging him around and slamming him through several buildings. Those attempting to flee looked up to see Endeavor hurtling toward them before colliding with a light pole. They were horrified to see the lower portion of his right arm hanging from a few muscle fibers and some of his bones protruding from him. Endeavor looked down at his right arm and tore off the portion that was just about hanging on, saying, "Damn it," as he slowly got to his feet. Along with his others, he rapidly heated his hand to cauterize the wound. He glanced up and hurried away in the hopes of at least delaying the Nomu. "I was told I'd get strong heroes to fight, but all I get is weaklings," Hood remarked, placing his foot on Hawk's head and slowly crushing it. "You're not strong either." Hood was startled when Endeavor yelled, "Hell grenade," and grabbed his head, causing a huge explosion of flames. While he was watching Hood's body explode, Endeavor caught a glimpse of something. When he turned to look, he saw a spike of bone that had cut his face enormously from chin to hairline. Looking over, he saw a bone spike that caused a huge cut across his face, extending from his chin to his hairline. Then, in front of an enormous group of civilians attempting to flee, Hood seized Endeavor and flung him to the ground. Then he landed on him, further cracking the ground and forcing Endeavor to vomit blood. Hood looked at the crowd and said, "Maybe if I kill all of you I'll get someone stronger." People began yelling and fleeing, which caused Hood to smile malevolently and let loose a group of Nomus, who then charged at the bystanders. The news reporter saw a Nomu approaching her and yelled, "Someone out there, please save us." She closed her eyes in anticipation of the impact, but all she felt was a wind gust. She opened them slowly to find Deku standing in front of her. Izuku yelled, "New York smash," as his fist struck the Nomu with such force that it was instantly killed. Hood was looking curiously at Izuku when the Nomu's body flew right by him. Hood said, "Are you stronger?" but was struck in the chest by a fist that destroyed his upper body, leaving only his head. Izuku said icily, "I'm going to end you because you've caused enough pain." Hood screamed, "Yes, you are strongest. Our fight will be legendary," as he came back together and charged at Izuku. Swiftly dodging one of his blows, Izuku retaliated with a strong kick that sent his head flying off his body. Before pursuing Hood, Izuku yelled, "Quickly take care of the injured, I'll keep him distracted," to the nearby medics and other heroes. As they attempted to be the other, Izuku and Hood charged at one another and engaged in a brutal battle that sent them both flying and through buildings. I thought you said Hood can beat him, but here he is not only holding his own but winning," said Shigaraki with rage. "Don't worry, just watch," the doctor said, pressing a button. "Tamura Hood will beat him." Hood halted just as he was about to charge at Izuku, and his body began to convulse, expand, and deform simultaneously. Izuku watched in horror as Hood's body screamed in agony and continued to flail. Hood soon stopped, and he got to his feet, albeit with 4 pairs of arms and a much larger frame. Hood said, "Now, I'm strongest," before vanishing and punching Izuku, sending him flying through a building. Izuku got up gradually, used 50% Alpha and float, leapt back after him, and hurled Black Whip at him. Black Whip vanished and then resurfaced above Hood before he was within 15 feet of him. Hood seized Izuku by the throat and began strangling him, saying, "You're weak." He was about to kill him after lifting him up when he heard his master speaking. Through a communicator implanted in him, Shigaraki declared, "No, Hood, go to the top of the building and show the whole world, and I want you to slowly crush him to death." With a grunt, Hood soared to the top of the tallest building in the area and stood on its edge, raising Izuku's barely conscious body to the top. He wrapped both hands around Izuku's torso and began to slowly squeeze it while Izuku began to scream in agony. Izuku screamed, "Ah," as he began punching Hood's arms in a last-ditch effort that was ineffective. Eri from Ua said, "Papa," as she watched her father be killed slowly, tears running down her cheeks. Ignoring her cries and screams, Ochako swiftly seized her, dragged her away from the TV, and gave her a hug. As he watched his son in all but blood being murdered in front of him on live television, All Might, who was also present, grabbed his side in self-loathing. As she watched in horror as Izuku was killed, Aizawa said, "Problem child. Keep fighting." As they watched, the rest of the class could only hold their breath. Katsuki said, "Damn it, Izuku, don't you dare die on us." The guards on duty were startled when all for one abruptly thrashed against his restraints deep within Tartarus. For starters, he could hear his son's agonized cries even though he was locked away. Izuku, he thought, damn these blasted restraints. Damn this blasted injury. One of them thrashed abruptly once more, but with even more violence, frightening the guards even more as they heard the restraints moan in disapproval. However, he was given a lot of sedatives to make him unconscious before he could do anything else. Before he passed out, he thought, damn it, Izuku, son, please don't, die. Hood said, tightening his grip even more, shattering some of Izuku's ribs and causing him to throw up blood as some spurted from his eyes. Black Whip blasted out of Izuku and skewered him with it before Hood could kill him. Seeing Izuku struggle to stand up in protest of his injuries, Hood jumped back and released Izuku. The first user to appear beside him said, "Stand up, Izuku. The world needs you. This world needs you and it's not your time to go, now or anytime soon." Banjo, who appeared beside him, said, "He's right, Ninth, get up and fight, show the world what you're capable of." Nana crouched in front of him and said, "Izuku, get up. Your family needs you too. Consider what they would say and how they would feel if they lost you." "Get up, Ninth. Get up, Deku," yelled every former user and Japanese person who was observing him. Izuku got to his feet slowly, gritting his teeth in pain but choosing to ignore it. With his fists raised in the air, Izuku said, "Let's end this." "Nomu." Hood charged at him with a menacing grin, but he was hurled away by a burst of flames before he could approach. Endeavor stood up and ignored his wounds, saying, "Don't forget about me." Hood stood up and remarked, "You two are weak." Izuku said, "Any ideas, Endeavor?" as he pushed Black Whip away and covered his body with it to lessen the pain. Endeavor said, "Just one. Kill this fucker. Good enough for me. How hot can you make your fire?" Izuku replied. "How hot do you want it?" Endeavor asked. "As hot as it takes to cook him," Izuku remarked before launching himself at Hood and kicking him out of the way. Endeavor's body exploded in flames as he increased the temperature. "Okay, but it will take me a minute to get my flames that hot," he said. To buy Endeavor time to put an end to this fight, Izuku grunted and leapt off after Hood and started fighting him. Izuku threw a punch that Hood missed but was struck by the unseen force as they charged at one another. Hood was launched into the air, stood slowly, and gazed at Izuku in utter bewilderment. "How did you hit Hood?" Izuku tried to enrage Hood by saying, "I guess you're just too weak to see that I did hit you." Hood yelled, "Hood is not weak. Hood is strongest," and began launching a furious attack on Izuku. Izuku saw red feathers flying off and snatching people, dragging them to safety as he kept dodging. He began using punches with a higher percentage against Hood after realizing that and becoming desperate. Izuku yelled, 70% Texas Smash, before punching Hood, sending him flying into a building. Izuku's unique technique now causes objects to be struck twice with equal force when he punches them. Hood yelled, "Hood will kill you," and threw his arm at Izuku, who caught it and swung him through a building that was being constructed. Izuku glanced up quickly and got an idea. He cocked his fist back and leapt high into the air above the building that was being built. Izuku yelled, "Japan Smash," as he unleashed a tremendous air blast that destroyed the building and caused it to collapse on Hood. Izuku kept floating far above Hood's location, observing the debris tremble slightly as Hood blasted out of it. Hood grabbed Izuku, and as they both fell back to the ground, they began fighting in midair. Izuku was able to seize Hood by the back and use him to absorb the force of the ground. Hood whipped his arm backwards, sending Izuku across the block as they both crashed into the ground. "Damn it, anytime Endeavor," Izuku thought, resuming his fist and using it fully. Izuku yelled, "California, Texas Smash," and used all of his energy, blasting Hood's body apart before it swiftly reformed. "Hood can't be killed. Hood's stronger than you, weak hero," said Hood. Hood charged at Izuku, but before he could reach him, a flame-filled fist seized his face, and his skin began to burn from the intense heat of the flames. "Enough," Endeavor said, his whole body glowed from his flames, giving the impression that he was composed of fire. After throwing Hood across the street, Endeavor took off like a rocket and landed directly above him, punching Hood. Hood and the concrete beneath him were melted by the intense heat emanating from Endeavor. After swiftly kicking Endeavor away, Hood got to his feet and saw that his wounds weren't healing very well. Hood said, What, with a hint of fear in his voice. You like my new trick? Sadly, I can only hold this form for 5 minutes and it brings my flames to the same temperature as the sun, stated Endeavor. Hood said, No, Hood must go back, to become stronger, before firing off his shoulder rockets and making his getaway. Izuku exclaimed, Endeavor, and swiftly grabbed him with Black Whip, causing Endeavor to realize what he was about to do. Endeavor screamed, Do it, before his body began to be violently pulled and spun around at incredibly high speeds. Izuku was spinning so fast that it appeared as a black and green blur with a red circle outline. Izuku yelled, Beat this guy, and hurled Endeavor at Hood, who swiftly caught up to him. In case he needed backup, Izuku hurried after him and instantly activated Float. Hood sensed a tremendous amount of heat approaching him as he retreated. A fist slammed into his mouth as he turned around, beginning to cook him from the inside out. Endeavor screamed, You not going anywhere, and used his flames to force them to begin ascending farther into the sky. Hawks watched him fly into the sky and said, Come on, Endeavor, beat this guy. Thought Endeavor. Higher, so I don't have to worry about collateral damage. Nomu, you're me, what I used to represent. Or me from a different time or maybe a different future. Now burn. Burn up and become ash. The Earth's curve could now be seen as Endeavor broke through the clouds and continued to soar through the sky. I always hated that stupid motto, but now seems like the right time to use it. Plus ultra prominence is the thought Endeavor. Endeavor burst into a huge pillar of flame that was visible from all over the world and shot straight into space. He began to descend back to Earth after gradually releasing Hood, but he noticed that Hood was still barely conscious. No, must, ill, Hood said, attempting to grab hold of Endeavor. Endeavor was stopped before he could do so by Izuku, who grabbed him with his left arm and pulled his right arm back. No. This ends now, Nomu, Izuku said, as his arm began to glow with power and emit 9 distinct colors. United States of SMAASSSSHHHHHHHHH. Hood was struck by the punch, which ultimately destroyed what was left of his body, leaving only his arm. When Izuku's strength failed, he and Endeavor collapsed to the ground, colliding with it to create a massive shockwave. In order to determine whether they were still alive, everyone watching this held their breath until the smoke cleared. 2 figures, Endeavor and Izuku, stood with their fists raised in the air as the smoke gradually cleared. I just got word that they won. Endeavor and Deku defeated the Nomu that caused so much damage, stated the reporter for the news. Endeavor and Izuku were barely conscious after falling to one knee when they heard some flapping. Hawks landed on the ground and hobbled over to them, saying, You two did good. Endeavor said, You look like hell. Hawks chuckled and said, The same could be said for you, Matchstick. They were cut off when Dobby approached them and a huge wall of blue flames encircled them. Dobby sarcastically remarked, Well, it appears the number 1 hero is pretty strong. But then again you only won because Deku helped you. Endeavor tried to get to his feet and exclaimed, Dobby, what the hell are you doing here? Dobby's hand caught fire as he said, I'm only here for Hood. Well, what's left of it, but seeing how weak you all are. Killing you 3 will just be a bonus. When Maruko emerged above him and kicked him away, he was about to extinguish his flames as he charged at them. Maruko slammed her foot on the ground and shook the entire block, saying, Sorry, but if you want Izuku, you're going to have to go through me. Dobby uttered the words, Take me back, as he began to fade away and black sludge emerged from his mouth. Don't die on me, Endeavor, we still have so much fun planned for you. Dobby quickly vanished, and the heroes stood watch for a while before Izuku collapsed to the ground after his lungs were punctured by a couple of ribs. Izuku, exclaimed Maruko, who materialized beside him and held him tenderly while listening to his respiration. She picked him up gently and hopped off to the nearest hospital, saying, Damn it, his lungs were pierced, I gotta take him to the hospital. A huge woman with long blonde hair and an American-themed costume was standing in the middle of the United States. She finally saw All Might's alleged successor while watching the Japanese news. Stars and Stripes, what do you think of him? From what I heard he's All Might's successor and the symbol of hope, replied her secretary. Quote. Get in touch with him, I'd like to meet him, Stars and Stripes said. Her secretary said, at once, madam, and hurried off to call Japan in an attempt to arrange a meeting. So master, that's your successor. He seems like a good kid, but I'll be the judge of that. Just to make sure he's worthy, replied the Stars and Stripes. Stars and Stripes stated, just to make sure he's worthy. Izuku opened his eyes slowly to a bright, white ceiling that he was accustomed to seeing. He looked down to see that his arms and chest were heavily bandaged. A doctor carrying a clipboard entered the room and said, "Oh, I see that you're awake. Tell me, how are you feeling?" he asked. Izuku said, "I'm a little sore and kind of hungry." Well, that's understandable. You've been unconscious for 2 days and have multiple broken bones. Most of your ribs are broken, you had a punctured lung, a severe concussion, your right arm was shattered and left arm was broken. Your right leg was broken in multiple places and sadly you've gained a lot more scars, stated the physician. Izuku waited for the information to sink in before recalling the others. Wait, what about Endeavor and Hawks? He asked. Hawks is okay but lost a decent amount of his feathers and only had a couple broken bones. Endeavor, he's still the ICU and unconscious from the damage he took, sadly he lost most of his right forearm. He has lots of other injuries but like his family said he's way too stubborn to die and will most likely make a full recovery, according to the doctor. I see, thank you doctor. Oh, was anyone else hurt in the attack? Izuku replied. He just some light injuries in the panic. The most severe injury that I heard was someone breaking their leg, according to the physician. Oh, right, before I forget. Your family wants to see you in. I hope your insurance covers angry bunnies. Izuku watched the doctor go, sighing and nodding his head, but his door was kicked open and out the window less than 10 seconds later. Rumi and Ochako yelled, "Izuku, are you all right?" But before they could approach him, a white blur went by, and Eri was sobbing and holding his chest tightly. Papa. Papa, I thought I lost you. Eri sobbed as she clung to him, afraid he would vanish if she let go. Izuku gave her a gentle hug in an attempt to reassure her, saying, "Shh, it's okay, Eri, I'm not going anywhere." Eri simply gave him a tighter hug while more tears fell. Izuku's parents were there when he looked up, along with Ochako and Rumi. Izuku said, "Hey guys, how are you all doing? We should be asking you the same thing after watching you almost get killed," said All Might. "That Nomu, he was different. It's like he was made to take on me and Endeavor specifically," Izuku replied. His regeneration was insane and he seemed to have a very powerful resistance to Endeavor's flames. The scientist and police are running scans on his arm and found multiple quirks that perfectly contrasted both of you, replied All Might. Izuku nodded, but as he saw both of his girlfriends standing over him with ominous auras surrounding them, he felt a chill go through him. Fearfully, Izuku said, "You are Rumi. Ochako." Before they both pulled him into an embrace that he was fairly certain cracked most of his bones, they remained silent. "Don't ever do something that dangerous again, Izuku," said Ochako. Rumi said, "Try and be more careful, please." Izuku brightened one arm and gave them both a hug in return, saying, "I'll try my best." Inko approached Izuku and asked, "Are you okay?" Izuku's stomach rumbled loudly as he said, "Yeah mom, just sore and really hungry now." Well, I'll go down to the cafeteria and get you something to eat. Eri, wanna come with me to get your papa some food? Inko replied. Eri gave Izuku a final, tighter hug while nodding, saying, "Please be safe, papa, and don't worry, Ghost will watch you." Izuku smiled and kissed Eri's forehead after she put her stuffed animal on his lap and then planted a kiss on his cheek. As he watched her and his mother go to get him some food, Izuku said, "I promise, Eri." Before All Might could say anything, they all sat there in silence for a while before a new person cleared their throat. As her mother stood at the door and said, "So this is your boyfriend Rumi," Rumi turned pale as a ghost. As Rumi attempted to hide behind Izuku, she stammered, Mom. What are you doing here?" Rumi appeared utterly terrified of this woman, which left Izuku perplexed and concerned. She shared Rumi's rabbit features and short white hair, but he noticed that she had facial whiskers. She had some minor wrinkles under her eyes and had the same wheat-colored skin, but a little darker. "So you're the boy that's dating my daughter, and from what your principal told me you have another girlfriend as well," said Mito, glaring at Izuku. Izuku thought, "God damn you, Nezu," praying that things wouldn't get worse. Ochako honey. Oh there you are. Oh who's this? Ochako's mother said as she entered, followed closely by her husband. Mito Usagiyama introduced herself, saying, "Hello, I'm Rumi, or as she's more commonly known, Maruko's mother. And I'm here to talk to my daughter's boyfriend Izuku Midoriya, or Deku as some people call him." Before she and her husband turned to face Izuku, Ochako's mother said, "Boyfriend. But we were told Midoriya is dating our daughter Ochako." Izuku thought, "God damn it, can this get any worse?" And the universe seemed to respond. As Eri and Inko entered the room, Eri said, "Papa, me and Grandma got you Mama and Mommy some food." "So, everything the principal told us is true," Mito said, glancing at Ochako's parents, her daughter, and her boyfriend. Izuku felt his phone go off, looked down, and felt his eyebrows twitch at the message. "God damn it, I'm killing that fucking rat," he thought. "Bring it, bitch, Nezu." Izuku's brow arched in response to Nezu's text, but he was interrupted by Ochako's father's speech. With a furious expression, her father exclaimed, "Ochako, what is the meaning of this?" In an attempt to soothe her father, Ochako said, Wait dad, I can explain." Her mother, who was also furious, exclaimed, "And what's this about a daughter?" However, it appeared false. With a "Rumi explain now" attitude, Mito approached her daughter and took her by the ear. "Oh okay mom, just stop pulling on my ears," said Rumi. As Eri approached Izuku, he asked, "Papa, why are they treating mommy and mama so badly?" "I'll explain later," Izuku replied, "if I survive, that is." "Rumi, I'm disappointed in you. Why didn't you tell me you're dating Deku and you had a daughter?" "I can't believe I'm already a grandma now," replied Mito. Rumi said, "Huh," as her ears dropped sideways. Ochako's mother hugged her daughter and said, "Oh Ochako. I can't believe I'm already a grandma, but look at how cute she is. Honey, please, we need to talk to this boy who seems to be dating two women, with one being our daughter and apparently has a child," said Mr. Uraraka. Mrs. Uraraka remarked, "Oh, who cares honey, I have a grandbaby now." Inko approached her and Mito joined her, saying, "Oh, I know right, I was so happy when I found out as well." As they began discussing the wedding and the grandkids, everyone stared at them in utter disbelief. All Might said, "I'm so confused right now." Izuku said, "Welcome to my world." Mr. Uraraka said, What be but honey," just before his wife covered his mouth. "Shush honey, we can talk about it later, I wanna go with my soon-to-be friends." "Oh, we have to plan the wedding and everything," replied Mrs. Uraraka. Everyone else was left perplexed as they watched the group of mothers leave the room. Trying to make sense of everything, Rumi said, What just happened? An act from God, all-powerful?" asked. Eri held up the tray she had gotten him and said, "Papa, I still have your food." What? "Oh thank you Eri," Izuku said, grabbing his food tray before lifting her up and placing her on his legs, where she sat contentedly. As he left to find his wife, Mr. Uraraka remarked, Look kid, we'll talk later. I gotta go deal with my wife and her grandbaby's talk." "Well, that's certainly interesting," replied All Might. "Well, I'll go find Inko, see y'all later young Izuku." Eri, Rumi, and Ochako were left in the room after All Might had left Izuku. Eri pointed to the apple on Izuku's tray and asked, "Papa, may I have your apple?" Izuku handed her the apple and watched her gleefully eat it, saying, "Sure, here you go, Snowball." Rumi grabbed a chair and sat down next to Izuku, saying, "Well, this has been an interesting day." She then took his hand. Copying Rumi, Ochako said, Hopefully my dad doesn't hurt you, but from a different angle. Hopefully next time Nezu doesn't almost get me killed," was Izuku's hopeful yet fearful expression. Izuku felt his phone switch off, and the message from Nezu caused his eyebrow to twitch once more. Nezu. No assurances. Izuku thought, God damn it Nezu. Nezu looked at the staff and asked, "So what do you think of my idea to have the class go to Nabu Island until new heroes are recruited for it? It would be good experience for them and we could put Midoriya in charge since he's a professional hero," Aizawa replied. "Very well, I'll inform the island that we'll send our class there to cover for the heroes till new ones are found," Nezu said with a grin. 3 days later, one of the most powerful men in the world, who was heavily guarded and retrained, sat deep within Tartarus. He was unable to smirk without the guns aimed at him twitching a little. All Might, the former #1 hero, was sitting across from him on the other side of the glass, scowling at All for One. Tell me, All Might, how's retirement? I'm quite surprised they didn't put you in a wheelchair in case your body gave out, replied All for One. Very funny, but unlike you at least I can still see clearly, replied All Might. Now, why did you want to talk with me? HM. What's wrong? I simply wanted to have some civil conversation. The guards here are so dull, they won't even talk to me, replied All for One. Most people wouldn't want to talk with a mass-murdering super-villain, stated the All Might. How very true. So tell me, All Might, how's your young successor? Said everyone. You leave young Izuku out of this, All Might said, his glare toughening. Ooh, did I touch a nerve, All Might? Replied All for One. And what's this, you're using his first name? It seems you're trying to plug the hole in your heart that your master left after she left this world. Don't worry, young Izuku will soon be stronger than me. And not only that, but he will defeat your successor, All Might said, giving him a more severe glare before he took a deep breath to try to calm himself. Oh, is that so? Replied All for One. And how will he defeat him, All Might? You only beat me because he helped you. And the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, All Might remarked. That can be said for him as well. Only time will tell. My successor has lots power and will soon be stronger than me, stated All for One. All Might remarked. Maybe so, but my successor shall be even stronger than yours. So I've heard. I hear he's the number 11 hero. HM. It's quite impressive how strong he is. Then again, he is your successor, so it's only natural that he surpasses you, replied All for One. All Might cautiously remarked. Oh, is this praise I hear, All for One? That is unlike you. For starters, he fascinates me, that's all. He asked. What are you playing at, All for One? Why are you so interested in young Izuku? Which made All Might a little tense. Doesn't matter. You'll never meet him again since you're locked in here till you die. That is what you think, but you never know what might happen, All Might. I mean, you can't predict the future now, can you? Replied All for One. No, I can't, but I'm quite sure you'll never be able to escape, replied All Might. Only time shall tell, All Might, but I'm sure some part of Midoriya wants to meet me. I mean, he did beat me. It would only make sense that a part of him wants to know about me, replied All for One. There's no reason for him to meet you. All you'll do is try and corrupt him or break him, said the Almighty. All for One grinned and said, I have no idea what you're talking about, All Might. I've met all the previous users, so what's wrong with me meeting him? I think it'd be good for him to meet the very reason you even exist. The guards said, All Might, time is up, it's time for you to leave, just as All Might was about to reply. Before he heard All for One speak, All Might nodded, got up, and began to walk away. All for One said, I do hope you tell Izuku that I want to speak with him. All Might became enraged when All for One mentioned Izuku's true name. All Might yelled angrily, Shut up, you have no right to speak his real name, you monster. That's my son you're talking about. And slammed the door. Even though no one saw it, All for One flinched a little and gritted his teeth in rage. So my nemesis says that Izuku is his son. How interesting, the son of All Might and All for One. Hopefully I'll be able to see you one day again, son. Eri was sitting on his back using his phone while Izuku was out in the training field performing one-armed push-ups. Why do you train so much, Papa? Eri asked naively. To get stronger so I can protect you and everyone I care about as well as everyone that needs my help, Izuku replied. I love you, Papa, Eri said, grinning and putting her arms around his neck. Eri held onto Izuku's neck as he finished his push-ups and got to his feet, saying, I love you too, Snowball. Papa, can you go for a run? It's so much fun riding on your back while you go fast, replied Eri. Izuku put her in the piggyback position and said, Sure, I don't see why not, but you better hold on tight. Papa, I'm ready, Eri exclaimed with joy. After saying, All right, let's go, Izuku used 10% of OFA to blast off, racing down the track while Eri laughed happily. Why don't you go find mommy while I finish up here? Izuku asked, putting Eri down and ruffling her hair after a little while. Eri said, Okay, Papa, and hurried to locate Ochako inside the 1A dorms. Before his face changed to a dejected one as he examined his new scars, Izuku said, Now. I need to push myself harder. If I'm ever going to be a good hero. In order to focus entirely on his training and not have to worry about anyone else, Izuku squatted down and took off for one of the enormous training grounds. As she fannied herself due to the unexpected heat wave, Mina remarked, "Well, I wonder if Aizawa-sensei would let us use the pool today." Sue said, "Why don't you ask him?" Hiro. Mina took out her phone and left, saying, "Well, you're right, I'll go ask him." "Uncle Kachan, where's mommy?" Eri asked as she approached Katsuki after entering the building. Katsuki watched her nod before she hurried off to see Ochako, and he thought, I think she's in her room doing some last-minute homework." Kirishima remarked, "Bro, I'm still shocked at how kind you are to her." Katsuki yelled, "Of course I'm nice to her, she's my niece." Or maybe you're trying to get good brownie points for Kami by being nice to children even though you're too small to have any," replied Todoroki. Katsuki yelled, "You're fucking dead half and half." As he pursued Todoroki, Shinso took a sip of coffee and remarked, "Oh well, this is quite entertaining. Carrying a sleeping bag that is purple." The entire class was staring at Shinso when someone said, "Maybe Todoroki is onto something." Mina bounced up and down and said, "Guys, Aizawa-sensei said we can use the pool as a reward for our good behavior." Momo got up to go find Todoroki and Katsuki, saying, "Let's go and tell the others." Shinso blushed a little when Mina said, and I'll go tell Ochako," while Shinso goes and tell his big brother Midori. Shinso tried to glare at Mina and said, "He's not my brother." "Official brother," Mina said, winking, and then she skipped off to tell Ochako. Shinso walked off to find Izuku, saying, might as well go find him." Everyone in Class 1A, with the exception of Shinso and Izuku, is at the pool in their bathing suits, getting ready for a day of lounging. Eri said, "Mommy, I'm scared," as unpleasant memories from the lab returned when Overhaul punished her by drowning her. Ochako tried to reassure Eri, saying, "Don't worry, it's okay, you don't have to get in the pool if you don't want to." Since Izuku can always soothe her more effectively than either Rumi or she can, she wishes he were present. Eri sat on a chair and nodded, holding Ghost close as she tried to force the memories from her mind. As Rumi entered from the girls' changing room, she asked, "Hey, where's our boyfriend?" She refrained from kicking open the door because Nezu had threatened her. She didn't want to go 4 months without eating any carrots. Ochako pointed to Eri and said, "Shinso is out looking for him, but knowing him they'll show up soon. I hope sooner." When Rumi glanced over and saw Eri's pained and dejected expression, she felt her heart break. Before his mind shut down at the sight of his girlfriends, Izuku said, "Hey guys, sorry I'm late." Rum wore a red bikini that left little room for interpretation, while Ochako wore a pink bikini with the bottom half appearing to be a skirt. Izuku quickly stopped a nosebleed and thought, "I'm going to need a cold shower later." With Ochako choosing to imitate her, Rumi crossed her arms beneath her bust and asked, "Hee what's wrong Izuku, see something you like?" Since they could both see Izuku's physique and thought his scars made him even more attractive, they both adored seeing him. Trying to hide his blush, Izuku said, No everything I is fine." After noticing Eri's dejected expression, he went to find out what was wrong. Izuku, who was seated beside her, asked, "Eri, what's wrong?" Eri said sadly, "Be bad memories papa." After glancing down, Izuku picked her up and held her in his lap, trying to console her as she immediately clung to him. The soothing words, "Shush, it's okay Eri, he can't hurt you anymore," came from Izuku. Eri said, Promise papa. I promise, he'll never be able to hurt you again and I made sure of that," Izuku replied. Eri nodded her head and kept hugging him while listening to his heartbeat. She wasn't sure why, but it helped her relax. Eri and Izuku sat there for a while everyone else enjoyed themselves in the pool. Eri glanced over and wanted to join in, but she was afraid. Papa, I wanna swim too, but I'm scared," Eri replied. "It's okay to be scared Eri, and if you want to swim then it's up to you, and if not we'll just stay right here," Izuku replied. Eri wished to remain safe here, but she also harbored a desire to face her fears and be courageous like her father. As she slowly got to her feet, Eri said, "No I wanna try." As he got some floaties for her and put them on her arms, Izuku said, "Okay, Eri, and don't worry, I'll be right next to you." Eri took small, hesitant steps as they both walked slowly to the pool. When they arrived, Izuku descended the stairs while Eri remained on the edge. "Don't force yourself Eri, if you don't want to you don't have to," Izuku replied. Eri wanted to give up when she saw Izuku, but she wanted to have courage, similar to her father. In an attempt to block out the memories of what Overhaul had done to her, she slowly lowered her foot to the water. A warm hand touched hers, and she recognized it as her father's, who smiled encouragingly at her. Eri inhaled deeply, lowered one foot slowly into the water, and before she knew it, both feet were in. Rumi and the entire Class 1A were in the pool, silently observing Eri's attempts to face her fears as they developed. As she slowly took another step down, Izuku took her other hand and said, "It's okay, Eri. I believe in you, you can do it." Eri was trying desperately to block out the memories when she said, "He can't hurt me. Papa promised he'll never hurt me again." She didn't know she was deep in the water until she was unable to feel the bottom of it while she was doing this. She felt Izuku put an arm beneath her and hold her up just as she was about to panic. Izuku kept her composed by saying, "It's okay, Eri, I'm right here." The sensation of the water and the memories were making Eri tremble, but they were subsiding a little. Izuku sat there while she gradually relaxed and drew his arm back, allowing her to use her floaties while keeping her hands close by in case something went wrong. Panicked, she opened her eyes quickly, but then she realized she was not sinking. Izuku grinned broadly and said, "Look, Eri, you did it. Now try kicking with your feet to help keep you up." Following instructions, Eri slowly got to her feet and it was enjoyable. Unaware that she was grinning slowly, she felt Izuku pull at her hands and slowly draw her through the water. Izuku said, "See, Eri, it's okay." Eri continued to smile and kick the water, and before she knew it, she was laughing. When Eri overcame her fear of water thanks to Overhaul, the rest of the group began applauding. Izuku made the risky decision to release her hands, but she was still within reach in case something happened. As he observed Eri moving her arms and attempting to kick, Izuku said, "Okay, Eri, now swim to me." She swam closer to him after a few attempts, and he reached down to lift her out of the water. Izuku hugged Eri and said, "I'm so proud of you." Eri gave him a big smile and a hug in return, glad that she had overcome her fear and was as courageous as her father. Following that, everyone began swimming and enjoying themselves in the pool, and Sue volunteered to help Eri improve her swimming. Izuku watched this unfold while seated on the pool's edge, his feet in the water. Someone squished her boobs against his back and gave him a back hug, interrupting him. Rumi whispered in his ear, "I must admit, it's hot to see you just in swimming trunks." Ochako swam up to Izuku and was directly in front of him, which made him blush even more. Ochako, who's been hanging out with Rumi too much, said, It really is. If you three are gonna be doing anything, do it in your room. I'm quite sure no one wants to see or hear any of that," said Shinso as he passed by. They all flushed at that, but Rumi grinned and said, "Perhaps we could sometime soon," as she gave him a closer hug and touched his stomach. Izuku said in great embarrassment, "They are going to kill me at this rate." Maybe, we could sometime." Izuku saw Ochako's face burst with a flush that Izuku would say that, and he felt Rumi's heart begin to race. "Well, in that case I hope you make it so neither one of us can walk all day," said Rumi. Izuku thought, my god, Rumi wasn't kidding when she said that if she doesn't have pills she's horny, as his whole face turned red and blood began to pour from his nose. Nezu looked at Izuku and said, "So Midoriya, do you know why I called you to my office?" Izuku said, No principal, no I don't. Sai, I believe it's time we have the same conversation that I had with All Might and his master Nana," Nezu told Izuku. Izuku asked, "What conversation would that be, Nezu?" "I believe it's time you learn that heroes are a good thing but also a bad thing at the same time, and that they cause lots of problems," Nezu replied. What do you mean, Principal Nezu?" Izuku asked, staring at Nezu in utter disbelief. "Midoriya is saying that even though heroes are wonderful, they are flawed primarily because they are human. We assume we are safe when we see them, but that is not true, and frequently, when heroes appear, they make things worse. Furthermore, the society we created around heroes has caused a great deal of suffering for people who society considers undesirable. Given your prior eccentric status and the way society viewed you as a result, I'm sure you are aware of that," Nezu said. Bad memories began to flood back from Izuku's past, and he looked down. "Not just you, but also people who have peculiarities that society views as evil, sinister, or similar." Nezu remarked, "I hope you can understand what I'm saying because I tried to have this conversation with All Might and he couldn't." "Why yeah. But look at all the good we've done," Izuku replied. "That's true, But realize this, Midoriya. Villains and crime will always exist as long as people are motivated by greed and a desire for power. I want you to understand this because, despite the fact that heroes are wonderful, we also make a lot of villains these days. Shigaraki is a prime example of this, and for one thing, he was twisted to be evil. Look at me, Midoriya, I was strapped to a table and experimented upon because of my quirk. What do you think humanity did to the first quirk users when they appeared? Nezu asked. Human greed can blind people and make us unethical towards our own species, let alone anything that isn't human. Nezu's recent application caused Izuku to feel a huge pit form in his stomach. Despite humanity's greatness, it is also a vile species that, if given the chance, will become blinded by greed and commit unspeakable acts to gain power. If you don't believe me, just look at human history and see what the powerful would do to keep them under control. A prime example of this occurred during World War II, when Hitler murdered millions of his own people in order to seize power and control of the nation, along with perhaps 11 million innocent Jews. Stalin also killed 20 of his own people and brutally murdered anyone who opposed him. Although everyone is born with the capacity for evil, some people allow it to consume them and will stop at nothing to gain control. The best examples of this in the modern era are our own Hero Association, which has virtually unbridled power and commits many evil things, including covering up the crimes of well-known heroes and murdering other heroes who threaten their authority, Nezu said. What? Izuku said, utterly appalled by the situation. It's true that our Hero Association has killed people in order to keep their power. Politicians and other powerful people frequently do this when someone challenges their authority or control. This is a sad and frightening reality that can be reduced to nothing more than human greed, Nezu said. When Izuku heard this, he swallowed a huge lump in his throat. While he couldn't accept it, he also knew Nezu was correct. There are numerous other stories of powerful people engaging in similar tactics to keep it going, such as fabricating a problem and making it a major issue, brainwashing, and deceiving people into following their example like mindless sheep. Humans are still essentially mindless sheep, despite the fact that they have made great strides in life and technology. If your herder tells you to go one way, you go that way. If they tell you to follow them, you follow them, and if they tell you not to eat something, you don't eat it. All you have to do is look at the history books and you'll see that those in positions of authority will stop at nothing to keep them there, Nezu said. Izuku asked, fervently hoping for something, do we even have hope of becoming better? That's a tough question, Midoriya. The only way it could actually occur is if there were a single real enemy for everyone to stand against, or if humanity could finally remove the blinding veil that had been put over them so long ago. There really isn't a right or wrong response. The only way this can ever be resolved is if people can overcome their innate desire for power and greed, Nezu lamented. Before Izuku spoke, Nezu and Izuku sat there silently for a while. Then, I'll be the torch that shall help lead humanity to a new light and hope. I'll find like-minded people to help me fix society and help make us a better people, Izuku said with a smile. And I'll help you every step of the way, Midoriya, and I truly hope that you do help humanity become the good people I know they can be, Nezu replied. Thank you, Nezu, Izuku said. Oh, I almost forgot. The investigation I conducted at your former school, Midoriya, produced a wealth of evidence, leading to the police arresting numerous teachers and sending a significant number of students to juvenile detention. Nezu saw Izuku freeze and begin to shake, so he said, we also arrested the principal who was smiling when he heard about you. Midoriya. Izuku began to remember negative things the principal had done to him. It really gave the impression that Katsuki was innocent. He raised his hands and began massaging his upper arms in an attempt to stop the hyperventilation. Izuku could still feel the beatings he received from the principal, and begin to experience a panic attack. What's wrong, Midoriya? Nezu asked as she approached him and attempted to console him. Izuku threw back and had a horrified expression on his face as his paw attempted to touch him. With his quirk, he frantically got up and fled out the door, leaving a very anxious Nezu behind. Nezu called Hound Dog after taking out his phone. Nezu said, Hound Dog, I'm going to need your help. Hound Dog asked, what is it, Principal Nezu? It's Midoriya. I think I just found something even worse than we could have imagined. Nezu said, his voice full of unrestrained anger and sadness. Izuku stormed through the building's doors and hurried upstairs, ignoring everyone in the common area, back in the 1A dorms. He hastily climbed onto his bed and began rocking back and forth while he yanked his door open and slammed it shut. "C can't hurt me anymore," Izuku said, trying to collect himself. Izuku kept rocking back and forth, oblivious to Eri and Ochako entering through his open door. Eri rushed to embrace Izuku after realizing the condition he was in. Izuku was on the verge of panicking when he suddenly grabbed hold of Eri and began sobbing while clinging to her. Izuku was still experiencing a mild panic attack, so Ochako hurried over to comfort him by giving him a hug. Izuku was still being held by Ochako and Eri, who were trying to calm him down by gently massaging his back. After being held for 10 minutes while Izuku sobbed uncontrollably, he eventually stopped because he had sobbed himself to sleep. "Come on Eri, let's let Izuku sleep," said Ochako as he gently placed him down and covered him with a blanket. Eri said, "No. I wanna stay so Papa isn't alone," as she hid under the blanket and gave Izuku a hug, which he returned out of instinct. As she walked out, Ochako said, "Okay, you stay here and look after Izuku while I go calm the class down." Ochako visited and observed the entire class as well as a few staff members. Looked at Ochako, Aizawa asked, "Where's Midoriya and Eri?" "Izuku is asleep and Eri is up there with him so he isn't alone," Ochako replied. "What made Midoriya bro act like that? He looked beyond terrified," replied Kirishima. Nezu saw Katsuki turn pale and said, "He started to panic when I mentioned his old principal." "Bakugo, is there something you wish to tell us?" All eyes were on Katsuki, wondering if he understood what was happening. Before he sat down, Katsuki said, I think I have an idea. I don't know much about him but something about him always seemed off. He had a tendency to talk to students who were being bullied. But after they talked the students always seemed to be in pain and were much more depressed. He purposefully saw Deku at least 3 times a week and every time after he saw him Deku always looked broken, stated Katsuki. Hound Dog asked, "Do you think the principal hurt him?" "It's possible but the only ones that know are Midoriya and the other students along with the principal himself," Nezu replied. Katsuki sat there thinking for a long time before he finally remembered something. As Katsuki was strolling down the street, he noticed Deku hobbling out of the school, appearing to be in excruciating pain. Katsuki sneered, well, look what we got here, Deku." "Kachan," Izuku said, a little scared. With explosives in his hand, Katsuki walked towards him and said, "I told you I didn't want to see you after school no matter what, you stupid Deku." Trying to lino away, Izuku said, I'm sorry Kachan, I'll leaving right and now." Gripping Izuku by the collar of his shirt, Katsuki said, "Fuck no, you need to be taught a lesson," and raised him up. Izuku's buttons broke as he fell after he was lifted up, and Katsuki froze in disbelief at what he saw. Izuku had cuts and bruises all over his upper body from what appeared to be nothing more than severe torture. With a hint of concern in his voice, Katsuki said, Deku, what happened to you?" Izuku hastily covered his chest and fled with a limp. In an attempt to get the students' attention, Katsuki said, I think he tortured him." "Are you sure?" Nezu asked. "Yes. I saw him one day after he left school because the principal wanted to speak with him and Izuku's entire upper body was covered in bruises and cuts from what looked like torture," replied Katsuki. Katsuki, who was now even more critical of himself, thought, he was dealing with that in me. At the same time, Izuku, I'm so fucking sorry. Izuku awoke in his bed to find Eri clinging to him while she slept. As he slowly stood up, Izuku thought sadly, I must have fallen asleep after that, in an attempt to avoid waking Eri. Eri was roused from her slumber and looked up at Izuku, asking, Papa. "Are you okay, Papa?" Izuku said, I'll be fine Eri, in an attempt to allay concerns about him. No Papa, you looked sad and scared, let me and Mama and Mommy help you," replied Eri. After picking her up, Izuku said, Don't worry, I'll be fine, Eri. Let's go get you some food." He then began to go downstairs. Eri tried to comfort him by giving him a tight hug, but she could see that he was still in pain. As soon as Izuku and Eri descended the stairs, the entire class turned to watch Izuku anxiously, hoping he was okay. They watched him put Eri down, go to the kitchen, and begin chopping apples for her. Ochako asked, Izuku, are you okay? As she approached him and put her hand on his shoulder. "Yeah, I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me," Izuku said, pretending to smile. When he felt Ochako embrace him from behind, he returned to chopping the apples for Eri. "Izuku, you can talk, You don't need to bear this on your own, Ochako replied. Izuku said, I'll be okay, I promise, as Ochako released him. Deku, Katsuki said as she approached him. Izuku started to say, what is it Ka? But Katsuki interrupted him by punching him in the face and sending him to the ground. Ka-chan, Izuku said, clutching his cheek in disbelief. Katsuki said, don't lie and tell us what's wrong now. Izuku lowered his gaze because he didn't want anyone to know about his troubles or suffering. The voice of his former principal told him, they don't care about you, they just want to hurt you the way Bakugo and I did. I'm fine, Izuku said. After All Might entered the building, young Izuku said, tell us what happened to you, please. The words, Papa please, came out as Eri grasped his hand and beseeched him. Everyone in the class, including the staff, was staring at him anxiously. Izuku kept his head down, wanting to rely on someone but also not wanting his friends and family to worry about him. Replied Izuku, he beat me with his bare hands, or sometimes used his belt or a baseball bat. Hearing that, the staff and students watched in horror. He would torture and abuse me every day, along with other children who lacked good quirks or one child who had no quirks at all. He would never stop reminding us that we were useless and that he was carrying out our parents' wishes. Izuku stated, he threatened to do whatever it took to kill us or worse if any of us discussed this. Izuku described it as worse, and it made everyone shudder. He said he would rape them. Fortunately for him, the majority of the school was unaware of the other oddball child, but the principal was aware, and he gave me and him the worst beatings. At one point, Izuku revealed, I found out that he killed himself. I was blamed for it and the principal started beating me even more. He would continuously torture us for our basic existence and degrade us to the point where we wanted to give up on life. I promise you that everyone who hurt you will pay with the full extent of the law, Nezu said as he approached him. Izuku and the class were left behind when he and the staff departed. Kirishima asked, Midoriya bro, are you gonna be okay? Izuku slowly got up and said, I'll be fine. Just give me a day or two. He then left the classroom, saying, I'm gonna get some more sleep. Glancing up at Ochako, Eri asked, what can we do to cheer Papa up? Ochako said, I'm not sure Eri. Rumi entered the room after the door was kicked open and sunk into the wall across from it. Ignoring everyone, she went directly to Izuku's location in an attempt to assist him. With a detached expression, Katsuki said, just go and spend some time with him. As they departed to go to Izuku's room, Ochako nodded and took Eri's hand. And Kirishima asked, Baku bro, did you know he was being abused by the teacher? No, but I know he was being bullied as well, said Katsuki. What? Why would someone bully him? He's so nice and caring, Mina replied. Katsuki said, because I'm one of the people who did it. Everyone stared at him in disbelief, even though they knew he and Izuku didn't get along. They were unaware that it was this way. Jiro asked, glaring at him, but why? Because I'm a piece of shit. I let my ego get in the way and I hurt the only true friend I ever had. I hurt him because I thought he was looking down on me. And I couldn't accept the fact that he did that, replied Katsuki. Gazing at him, Shiro said, Bakugo. As everyone stared at him in disbelief, Todoroki got up, approached him, and punched him. Todoroki stomped off, saying angrily, Midoriya may have forgiven you, but I won't. He deserves to be here more than any of us, and if you so much as hurt him, I'll make sure you never see anything but a cell in prison. Izuku was back to sleep when Ochako and Eri opened his door, and Rumi was cuddling with him, his head above her heart, while giving him a reassuring, light back rub. Hey, said Rumi, gazing up at them as Eri approached, climbed onto the bed, and gave Izuku a hug. Ochako walked over and sat on the bed, saying, hey, as she reached over and ran her fingers gently through his hair. What happened? Nezu just told me Izuku needs help and I raced all the way here from Tokyo, Rumi replied. Ochako was only able to inhale deeply before telling her everything they had heard him say downstairs. Rumi interrupted herself abruptly because she wasn't sure if Eri was asleep yet. I'm gonna kill that Ba. What can we do to help? Save him, Ochako replied. Izuku takes on all these burdens and pain by himself and never asks for help. It's time we be his heroes and save him while helping to hold him up when he falls. Rumi leaned down and gave Izuku a gentle forehead kiss after nodding her head. With a tone of repressed anger, Aizawa asked, so what will we do about that principal? Nezu leaned back in his chair and said, don't worry, we'll deal with him soon. But I do have some other news of great importance. Midnight asked, what would that be, Nezu? It appears that the #1 hero in the US, Stars and Stripes, wants Midoriya to come to America so she can train him, Nezu said. The whole staff stared at him, amazed that Stars and Stripes would want to mentor Midoriya. Do you know why? Aizawa inquired. From what I was told, she wants to test his resolve as a hero and see what type of hero he is. And if he impresses her, she wants to help train All Might's successor, Nezu said. All Might asked, so what did you tell her? I told her I'll let her know once we take care of a private issue and she says that's fine, Nezu said. To believe that all this happened to multiple kids and no one tried to stop them and the staff were involved in it, stated Aizawa. It truly is horrible, said Nezu. We shall launch a new investigation into everyone in UA regardless of who they are. We need to know if any other students have suffered like Midoriya has. And I'll be damned if I let any more kids go through a sliver that he went through. Nezu was so furious that he slammed his fist down on his desk and cracked it. Since this was the first time he had ever heard of any of this, All for One clenched his fist tightly in rage deep inside Tartarus. Izuku will be able to see and feel what he feels, even with the quirk he gave him. He was furious because, for some reason, he was unaware of any of this. Before a sickening smile appeared on his face, All for One thought, so this principle is part of the reason why my son was always in constant pain. Even now I still have some control over some of the Nomu and I'll make him pay for laying a finger on my son. Izuku, his girlfriends, and Eri were all sitting on the bed, watching TV, just unwinding and reassuring Izuku as it was getting late. Knock knock, Katsuki said, may I come in? Izuku said, door is open, Kachan. When Katsuki entered the room with a tray containing 4 bowls of katsudon, he noticed that Ochako and Rumi were resting on Izuku's shoulders and Eri was sitting in his lap. Katsuki handed them the food and said, since you guys didn't come down for dinner, I made you some katsudon the same way Auntie Inko showed me. All 4 of them said, thank you, together. Katsuki began to approach the door, but he paused before closing it, saying, Izuku. I'm sorry. Katsuki was outside the room when all the memories of him beating Izuku returned, causing a tear to fall down his cheek. Bakugo, Jiro said as he approached him. What do you want, Earjacks? Katsuki asked, hastily removing the tear. I know that you regret everything and that's good because you realized your mistakes. Just don't let the guilt consume you and keep showing that you're trying to better yourself, Jiro said as he approached him and gave him a straightforward hug. After nodding and shakily putting one arm around her, Katsuki let go and said, thank you, Jiro. With Kurogiri beside him, Dabi leaned against a wall and asked, what's Handjob doing? He's talking to the Chinese dragons to see if they will join us in destroying heroes, stated Kurogiri. What are the chances of them helping us? You know he isn't exactly good at negotiating, Dabi said, emphasizing the importance of negotiating. Before opening a portal, Kurogiri said, only time will tell. Tell him I'm leaving and will be back later, I have to find our new weapon, he said. PSSH, Dabi said as he got up and left. Over the phone, Shigaraki said, so what do you say? Dragon, the leader of the Chinese dragons, said, very well, I shall lend you some soldiers as long as you keep your end of the bargain. Hee don't worry, I'll give you your high-end Nomu after I get more control over Japan, replied Shigaraki. Before hanging up, Dragon said, very well, and the assassin you asked for is also coming. Now then, it's been a pleasure to work with you. Soon, Japan, all for one, and one for all shall be mine. Shigaraki grinned broadly. You hear that, master? I'll steal Midoriya's quirk then kill him with it to avenge you. A foot slammed next to Izuku's head, pinning him to the wall as he was making his way down the UA hallways toward the kitchen. Rumi was standing directly in front of him, pinning him to the wall with her right leg next to his head, demonstrating her extraordinary flexibility. Rumi said, Izuku, you and I are going on a date. What? Izuku said. Rumi lowered her leg, she pulled him to her level, kissed him, and then said, me and you date, 1 hour. Don't be late, and left. Izuku, realizing that she's probably doing this to make him happier, just nodded stupidly and went to get some nicer clothes. To find some outfits for his date, he opened his closet and took a look. He chose to dress in black jeans and a black hoodie with green trim on the bottom and sleeves. Izuku saw the class as he came downstairs from his room, with everyone who had seen him waving at him. "Papa," Eri exclaimed as she ran toward him. Izuku asked, "What's up, Snowball?" With a small, sincere smile as he looked at her and felt better than he had in the previous 2 days. "I made you this," Eri said, displaying a drawing of Izuku dressed as a superhero, with Eri standing beside him in the same outfit. Eri smiled broadly when Izuku said, "I'll be sure to put this in my office at Might Tower, it's very cute." In an attempt to lift her father's spirits, Eri said, "So, Papa, what are you going to do today?" "I want to make you happy," Rumi said as she descended the stairs in their direction. "He's going on a date with me." Her powerful legs were displayed by her black leggings and booty shorts, while her long-sleeved white shirt revealed a small portion of her belly. Izuku was drawn to her because, in contrast to her usual appearance, she appeared to be wearing some makeup. Rumi leaned down and rubbed her nose against Eri's, saying, "But don't worry, you can cheer your papa up after our date." Eri gave Rumi a hug and said, "Hee hee, okay mama." Ochako walked over and kissed Izuku, saying, "Oh, so you two are going on a date. Well, have fun, Izuku, Rumi." As he and Rumi walked away, Izuku said, "We will, love you Ochako, Eri." They left UA's gates after a brief stroll, and Izuku asked Rumi, "So where to?" Shyly, Rumi said, "Well, I thinking maybe we could go to the park." Izuku took her hand, interlocked their fingers, and said, "Sure, let's go." They then headed for the park. Izuku tried to strike up a conversation by asking, "So Rumi, how's hero work been?" Rumi laughed and remarked, Been pretty fun bashing some thugs' heads in." Izuku remarked, "That doesn't surprise me in some way." Both of them tried to ignore the glances they were getting from others as they kept walking. A woman in her late 30s attracted the attention of everyone around her when she exclaimed, "Oh my god, you're Deku. And you're Maruko, can I have your autograph?" Izuku signed the document and said, Sure." Soon after, he and Rumi, who was more accustomed to this, were engulfed in admirers. She soon saw that Ochako's boyfriend and she were becoming too close for comfort and that many women were swooning over them. As some girls practically threw themselves on him for a picture, she began to feel incredibly envious. When Rumi witnessed a woman shocking him by kissing his cheek, she lost her temper. Rumi yelled, "That's it," as she pushed her way through the crowd, grabbed Izuku, and pulled him back. "Hands off." The woman who kissed him asked, "What is he, your boyfriend or something?" Rumi shouted, "He fucking is and I already marked him, so fuck off." Before pushing her way through the throng while still pulling Izuku. Unaware that we were dating the number 11 and the number 5 hero, she left the crowd in complete awe. Glancing back slowly, Izuku saw a still enraged Rumi muttering about her and Ochako sending those hussies to space. Izuku caught her attention and said, Rumi, are you okay?" Rumi let him go, saying, "I'm fine. Come on, let's keep going." "Rumi, I know this is hypocritical of me, but you can talk to me if you want," Izuku replied. Before long, she took his hand and escorted him to another location while remaining silent and laying her hair flat on her ears. Rumi turned around and gave him a look as they soon reached a more peaceful and isolated area of the park. Rumi said, I was jealous." Before he began to realize she might be concerned about losing him to someone else, Izuku asked in confusion, "What? Why were you jealous?" "I was envious because I realized that I'm not the most beautiful woman in the world and that many other women are far more attractive than me. I'm not girly or anything like that, and I didn't care before, but after meeting you, I started to genuinely like someone for the first time, and I asked you out, and now we're together. However, the few insecurities I had at the time began to consume me. I kept thinking that I wasn't good enough or girly like some of the other women I'd seen, or that I wasn't attractive enough to be with you," Rumi said. Izuku gave her a long look before approaching, embracing her, resting his head on top of her head, and rubbing his chin against it. Just as she did when she claimed him in the past. "Rumi, I fell in love with you and Ochako because of who you are, not because of how you both look." Izuku said, "I don't care if you're not the most beautiful woman in the world, because to me you both are. You're the strongest and most beautiful women I've ever met, and I'm honestly lucky to have met either of you." He then gently lifted her chin up and gave her a kiss. "So don't be someone you're not, just be you. Then I guess I'll be your little chocolate bunny, broccoli boy," Rumi said with a smile and a gentle kiss on his lips. Before leaving to take a handheld stroll through the park, Izuku and Rumi shared a final kiss. They decided to grab some food after 2 hours of exploring the park, and as we were leaving, we came across a playground where many children were having fun. Rumi recalled that dream from a while back as she turned to see a lot of children playing joyfully, some of them with their parents. Rumi blushed abruptly, and Izuku saw him look in any direction he wasn't in. The embarrassed Rumi said, "Hey Izuku. What's up, Rumi?" Izuku asked. Have you ever thought of having kids?" Rumi replied. The words, well, technically I am a dad, but I've thought of having kids, came out of Izuku's ears as his face exploded red. "Well, I can't wait for the day we do," Rumi said, putting both of her arms around his and resting her head on his shoulder as a smile appeared on her face. Me either," Izuku uttered. Before long, both of them reached the restaurant and took a seat at a table. Looking at the prison cell that was painted red with blood and gore, All Might exclaimed. "My God! The cell that housed Izuku's principal from Aldera, or what was left of the principal, was in front of All Might, Aizawa, and Nezu." According to the police chief's statement and the video footage, a Nomu broke in, made a beeline for the cell, and then killed him viciously. "Do we know why?" asked Aizawa, who was horrified by the Nomu's ruthlessness toward him. It seemed as though it intended for him to suffer. "No, after the Nomu finally killed him and then basically turned him into paste, it killed itself by destroying its brain," stated the police chief. That is quite interesting. We should do a background search on him to see if maybe he's linked to the League or the Meta Liberation Army," Nezu replied. The police chief said, "We'll start an investigation on him, Principal Nezu," and then he left. All Might said, "Something doesn't add up." Aizawa questioned, "What do you mean? The arrest of all those teachers haven't even been made public news yet and only the principal was targeted," stated the Almighty. "I agree, maybe there is more than meets the eye," Nezu replied. Taking Izuku's hand, Rumi remarked, "The date was fun," as they stood in front of the 1A dorms. "Yay it was, maybe next time me, you, and Ochako can go," Izuku replied. Rumi got up on her toes and rubbed Izuku's nose with hers before kissing him. "Hee, I'd like that." As they entered the room, they noticed that everyone in the class was grinning at them. Izuku asked, "What's going on?" and received a response. Eri, dressed in a scaled-down version of his costume, ran up to Izuku and yelled, "I'm here to make Papa happy. Why? Because I am here." Eri, dressed in a scaled-down version of his costume, ran up to Izuku and yelled, "I'm here to make Papa happy. Why? Because I am here." Because this was so adorable, Izuku walked over and picked up Eri, giving her a tight hug. Eri asked, "Papa, did I save you and make you happy?" Izuku kissed her horn and said, "Thank you, Snowball." He had a genuine smile on his face and said, "Yes, Eri, yes you did." Eri gave him a tighter hug and said, "Hee, I love you, Papa." Omake first. Sitting in his cell, the principal of Aldera Jr. High was considering how he would leave and punish Izuku as he had promised. As soon as he heard his cell door open, he turned to see the UA principal. Before leaving, Nezu said, "Why hello, you waste of human life. I'm here to bring you a gift. You won't like it, but they and the readers do." Then, with very sinister auras surrounding them, All Might, Inko, Ochako, Rumi, and All for One entered. The principal shit himself when he said, Wait, you were put in prison and what are all of you doing here?" All for One cracked his neck and said, "Nezu, let me out for an hour and I'm going to use it with these 4 to punish you for hurting my son." All Might said, "Let's make this asshole pay, for once I agree with you." "You're going to pay," Inko said, using her quirk to grab his kidney. "You hurt my baby." With murderous gleams in both of their eyes, Rumi and Ochako said, "You hurt our boyfriend." The principal's agonizing yelling and Izuku's family's laughter were the only sounds coming from that cell. "Smash," Eri said, mimicking Izuku while he was practicing. She smiled when Ochako patted her head and said, "Hee, good job, Eri." "Thank you, Mommy," Eri said. 20%, Izuku declared as he charged ahead and began to leap off the training obstacles at breakneck speed. While doing this, he became aware of something that had been bothering him for a while. "Dad said that my quirk should be stronger than his butt. Why doesn't it feel like it? Whenever I do punches or kicks they are equal to his and not stronger." Before long, he landed on the ground and inhaled deeply to help relax. With a stopwatch in hand, All Might asked, ready Izuku? Izuku said, yay, as he positioned himself as a runner and awaited the signal. All Might yelled, go, as Izuku charged forward with 40%. A few seconds later, he was standing beside All Might after running around the entire track. All Might said, perplexed, 2.5 seconds. That's the same as mine using 40%. You should be way faster than me. That's what I was thinking, and not only that, but sometimes when I use extremely powerful moves I feel as if my strength doubles for that moment, Izuku said. All Might said, maybe your quirk is holding you back. What do you mean? Izuku asked, perplexed. Well, no one else has ever been able to use the other user's quirks. So maybe the quirk isn't allowing you to use your full strength till you're strong enough, replied All Might. But I may be wrong. Only time will tell is all I can say. Thanks, Dad, and if that is the case I need to push myself even harder, Izuku replied. Don't push too hard, you're still young and have a daughter to take care of. Plus I'm sure your girlfriends wouldn't be too happy that you spend all day training instead, replied All Might. Izuku said, yay, they'd probably kill me. Oh right, I just remembered something I was supposed to tell you sooner, but because of the Aldera situation I forgot, replied All Might. The #1 hero of America wants you to come to America so she can meet you, and if you prove yourself she wants to teach you. Before going into one of his muttering fits, Izuku exclaimed, what? You mean Stars and Stripes, the #1 hero of the United States, wants to meet me? All Might just chopped Izuku on top of his head while letting out a sigh. Eri said, hee hee, Papa is funny, as she approached them, Ochako following closely behind. Ochako approached them and asked, so what were you two talking about? Oh well, apparently the #1 hero of America wants to meet me and had invited me to America, Izuku replied. Wow, that's incredible, Izuku, Ochako remarked. Fearing that Izuku would leave, Eri said, Papa, are you leaving me? What? No Snowball, I'm not leaving, I'll only be gone for maybe a little while, then I'll be right back. And if I did leave to do this, when I do return I'll be sure to spoil you, Izuku comforted and hugged her. Well, if you do agree to this then I'd suggest asking Nezu when he gets back, replied All Might. Izuku asked, where is Nezu anyways? All Might said, he said he's going for a drive. Get out of the way, bitch. Bitch, please move out of the way. Get out of the way, bitch. Bitch, please move out of the way. Nezu exclaimed, ha 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 ha, oh this is so much fun. As he drove his Lamborghini at over 200 miles per hour down the street. Pull over now, a hero yelled, frantically attempting to use his speed quirk to keep up. Fuck no, Nezu said, snatching up a red shell and hurling it at the hero. I wonder if young Hatsume added the nuclear rocket engine I asked for. The rocket then exploded across the streets at more than 500 miles per hour after Nezu reached down and pressed a large red button. Ha 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 ha, I owe her big time for this. The staff gave up trying to stop him going for his drives after he decided to attach a rocket engine to his car. Safe to say after that we just let him do whatever with his cars, stated All Might. Izuku said, that somehow doesn't surprise me. Anyways, I'd suggest calling your mom, she wants to talk with you, replied All Might. Wait, why do you know she wants to talk to me, replied Izuku. All Might buffed up and leapt away, deflating halfway through the jump and colliding with a building. Look, someone in danger, said All Might. Said Ochako, will he be alright? Izuku said, yay, and then took out his phone to call his mother. Over the phone, Inko exclaimed, oh Izuku, it's so good to hear from you. Izuku said, it's good to hear from you as well, Mom. Oh, I wish you would come over more often and bring Eri along with Ochako and Rumi, Inko replied. As Izuku put it in a deadpan tone, I would, but you'd be constantly talking about grandbabies. Oh hush you, there is nothing wrong with that, Inko replied. Mom, I'm 16, I'd like to wait a few more years before then, Izuku replied. That's not an excuse, I want more grandbabies, Inko replied. Izuku hung up and said, I love you, Mom. Ochako asked, your mom talking about grandkids again? Yes, and ever since she met yours and Rumi's mom it's gotten even worse, Izuku replied. Eri asked, am I going to be a big sister soon? Which caused Izuku and Ochako to blush and freeze. Izuku said, not for a couple years, Eri. Eri firmly raised her arms in the air and declared, okay, but when I do become one, I'm going to be the best big sister ever. Izuku picked her up and took Ochako's hand, saying, hee hee, I'm sure you will. He then said, come on, let's go get some lunch. Sitting in his chair across from Izuku, Nezu asked, so have you thought about it? Yes, and I'd like the chance to train under Stars and Stripes, Izuku replied. Nezu pulled out a folder and chirped, splendid, I think it'd be a great idea for you to train under her. You may leave and I'd suggest reading this and I'll contact her and inform her that you've taken up her offer. After giving it a nod, Izuku departed his office to return to the dorm rooms and quickly read it before departing for patrol later today. When he finally reached the dorms, he went to his room, went inside, and read for a while before having to change. Ready Shinso? Izuku asked. As he used his hero name, Shinso said, mind Jack. And yes. Izuku remarked, I see you finally got your hero name in. Shinso said, come on, let's start this patrol. Izuku said, all right, let's go, and leapt from the building in the direction of the location he had been instructed to explore. They eventually located the warehouse they had been told about at the docks after an hour of running and looking. Shinso whispered, so what were we called to here for? Apparently a lot of ships have been coming in from China and rumors say the criminal organization Chinese Dragons are here, stated Izuku. You mean the same group that openly kills innocent and publicly kills quirkless people? Replied Shinso. Yes, and the only group out there more brutal than them would be the quirk supremacists, Izuku replied. Shinso exclaimed, shit, what are they doing here? Izuku looked through the warehouse's skylight and said, I don't know but I think it's possibly linked to the League of Villains. The rumors are true it is the Chinese Dragons. Shinso said, fuck, what should we do? Call the police and inform them of this, then we'll go down there and take them out. I only count 30 inches Izuku replied. Pulling out his phone, Shinso said, got it, and called the police. Izuku looked down at them and thought, but why are they here? Shinso returned after a few seconds, saying, okay, I called them, and they are on the way bringing some heroes as well. Izuku uttered the words, good then let's go, before crashing through the glass and landing on one of the thugs. One yelled, shit it's Deku. Quickly kill him. Among them. Looking to his left, Izuku saw a thug try to punch him with a stone-hardened fist. He swiftly sidestepped the blow and kicked the thug hard, knocking him unconscious. Shinso tossed one of them with his scarf and remarked, you guys seem pretty weak. I'm gonna kill Y. Shinso said, knock out your buddies, before turning back to face the group of people rushing in his direction. Izuku glanced around quickly before vanishing in a green blur and instantly knocking out 3/4 of them. Before he restrained the one that was still conscious, he turned around and watched Shinso eliminate the remaining ones. Izuku, seated in front of the villain, asked, what are the Chinese Dragons doing here? Fuck you, the thug gave. Izuku let out a sigh and made the decision to take a note from the book Rumi in All Mights. Fear. When Izuku used his quirk and pulsed his aura, the thug began to tremble in terror at the sheer power he was displaying. The thug said, I don't know. I'm A at the BB bottom, which only caused Izuku to glare even more. According to Izuku, mind Jack, caused Shinso to nod. The words, you might wanna tell us buddy, came from Shinso. Saw. Shinso said, now tell us why the Chinese Dragons are here. I don't know I'm too low in the ranks to know but from the rumors our organization is going to help the League, said the criminal. As he entered with a few other police officers and some heroes, an officer remarked, good job, Deku. We'll take it from here and have Tsukauchi ask them all. As he and Shinso walked away, Izuku said, right. Thank you officer. After 2 days, Izuku was in front of the aircraft that would transport him to America so that he could start studying under Stars and Stripes. Eri gave Izuku a tight hug and said, promise to come back, Papa. Izuku kissed her forehead tenderly and said, I love you, Eri. I promise you. Eri said, I love you too, Papa. Rumi laughed and said, you had better save some kisses for us. Izuku just laughed, got to his feet, and said, I love you, Rumi, before receiving a hug and a kiss. Rumi said, I love you too, and you better come back soon because Eri, Ochako, and I are going to miss you. Come back soon, was the message Ochako gave him as she walked over to embrace and kiss him. The words, hee, I promise, came from Izuku. After letting them go, he was about to leave for his plane when Eri gave him another hug. Eri embraced his leg tightly and said, I love you, Papa. And I love you even more, Snowball, Izuku said with a smile as he knelt down and gave her another hug. She released him after a few more seconds, and they all watched Izuku get on board the aircraft and watch it taxi to the runway before taking off. Don't worry Eri, your papa will come back before you know it, Ochako replied. I know, but I'm still gonna miss Papa, replied Eri. As she entered the 1A common room, Aizawa said, Okay, class, I have an announcement. Momo asked, What is it Aizawa-sensei? This class has been selected to go to Nabu Island and act as temporary replacements until new heroes are found. You shall all treat this as actual hero work and your job will be to help the people on the island, stated Aizawa. Katsuki asked, Will we be allowed to train on the island? Yes, and it's heavily encouraged that you do train and treat this as experience for the future, Aizawa replied. Before you leave, you will receive a crash course training to ensure you know what to do. Let's just say we're going to push you very hard on this crash course. You will be leaving in 2 days, and no teachers will be on the island, so I expect you all to be on your best behavior. Additionally, Uraraka, we got in touch with Midoriya's mother and Maruko, who will be watching Eri while you and the class are on the island. After hearing this, Aizawa left the classroom to begin celebrating outside the building. Mina remarked, This is going to be so much fun. Sue remarked, It will be pretty interesting, Hiro. Omake. The class was waiting for Aizawa to arrive and make an announcement while they sat in the common room. The statement, Man Aizawa-sensei is taking forever, was made by Shiro. Shoji remarked, I know right. The door slammed open, interrupting them all. Hello my youthful students, I Aizawa-sensei am here to teach you about youth. Shouted Aizawa. The scene in front of them caused the entire class to turn and stare in horror. Aizawa wore a green vest and a green jumpsuit with orange leg warmers. In addition, he somehow made his eyebrows resemble enormous caterpillars and chopped off his long hair in a bowl cut. I am here to teach you about youth and train you in the next 2 days to prepare you for Nabu Island. Aizawa screamed. Katsuki said, What the fuck is wrong with you, Aizawa-sensei? Nothing is wrong with me my youthful students, Principal Nezu gave me a drink to help me train you. Now come I must teach you the power of youth. As the class watched, Aizawa was suddenly taken to a beach with crashing waves and a sunset. The youth massacre occurred on that day, and Aizawa was placed in Tartarus to prevent him from ever spreading the disease to the rest of the world, while the rest of 1A was placed in mental asylums. When Izuku awoke from his extended slumber, he noticed that he was arriving at a Californian airport. He got off the plane, picked up his bags, and headed for the exit when he noticed a man holding a sign with his name on it in a car. Looking at Izuku, the man in the suit said, Mr. Izuku Midoriya. That's me, Izuku said, clearing his throat quickly and speaking in excellent English, although his accent was still noticeable. The driver took Izuku's luggage and placed it in the trunk, saying, It's a pleasure to meet you sir and Star is quite excited to meet you. Izuku couldn't help but notice the differences between Japan and America as he peered out the window. There are numerous buildings that have been influenced by cultures from various nations. Additionally, he observed that some people were openly utilizing their quirks, such as flying or simply playing around with them. They kept driving, and Izuku could see why all might claim to love America so much based on the beauty of some places. Before long, they reached a huge skyscraper that loomed over the others, with a huge American flag atop. The driver who was removing Izuku's bag said, Welcome to Stars and Stripes headquarters, or as some call it, American Tower. Izuku said, Thank you sir, and reached for his bags. The driver said, No problem and fair warning she's very brash, before he departed. Izuku turned to face the tower and went inside, where she was escorted right away to her office on the top floor. He noticed many pro-American posters and paintings, including some of All Might. Someone behind him remarked, I see you're enjoying the art piece. When Izuku turned around, Stars and Stripes was standing there grinning broadly. She was dressed simply for working out, she was not wearing her hero costume or sporting her All Might hairstyle. So you're my master's successor, huh? Star asked, approaching him and examining him closely. Well you're not bulky but from what I've seen in the videos of you fighting is that you rely on more speed than strength right? Yes, ma'am, Izuku replied. Star waved her hand away and said, Don't call me ma'am, it makes me feel like an old lady. Call me Star or Kathleen, I'm fine with either. Okay. Ms. Star, Izuku said, to which she glared back. Star. Better. Now tell me Izuku, why do you want to be a hero? Replied Star. To help lead the world to a better future where we can finally put aside our small-minded rivalries and greed and work together to help humanity become what I know they can be and not what we are. To save everyone with a smile and ensure that no one ever has to suffer again. We need to realize that all these trivial issues like politics, religion, and race don't really help us, and I want to see everyone on the planet work together to improve our species, so even though I know that goal is unachievable, I will still try. We allow these things to separate us from one another despite the fact that we are only human, Izuku said. After a moment of silence as he processed what he had said, Star couldn't help but smile broadly. You passed my first test, Izuku, and I'll try and help you with this goal as well, Star said with a grin. Now why don't you head to your room and start unpacking while I finish up on your training regime I have for you? Izuku nodded and went to his designated room, where he was astounded by its size. It nearly matched the size of every room in his and his mother's apartment. When he felt his phone vibrate and realized it was a picture of Rumi and Ochako from their group chat, he went over and began unpacking everything. Come back soon, Rumi Ochako, so we can give you a welcome home gift. Izu. The last time they nearly sucked my soul out of my body, Izuku thought as his face turned red and he bit his lip to keep himself in control. The thought of, last time they almost sucked my soul out of my body, made Izuku's face burst red, and he bit his lip to keep his feelings under control. Ochako. Eri also greets you and says she loves and misses you. Izuku. Well, I appreciate the encourage her and let her know you also love her. Rumi. When will you return, Papa? I sent that to you at Eri's request. Izuku. Snowball, I swear to spend the entire day with you when I return in a few weeks. Okay, Papa, I love you, Rumi says. Izuku. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to leave to begin my training. I love you too, Ochako and Rumi. Have fun, Ochako, Rumi. We also love you. Izuku reached over and saw his repaired hero costume after putting his phone in his pocket and beginning to store all of his clothes in various drawers. Then he saw that May and Melissa had worked on new braces for the legs and arms underneath the costume. May and Melissa, your fierce baby makers, said, we were able to increase its durability to a much higher level. Based on your power percentage, we think it can handle 75%. That made Izuku laugh uncontrollably, and he was also extremely appreciative that his costume was in perfect condition once more. Good, you done unpacking, so get some workout clothes and let's get started training, said Star as he opened the door. I'll be waiting out here for ya. He hastily picked up his training attire, which consisted of a green muscle shirt and black sweatpants. All right, follow me while we head down to the gym, replied Star. He watched Star press the button for the basement as they soon arrived at the elevator as they made their way down the building. They entered the basement after a brief elevator ride, and Izuku was astounded by its size. He saw a huge device in the middle that hooked to enormous weights the size of SUVs, but it was easily the same size as the UA training gym. That right there is something special I had built for me when I use my super strength. I can increase the weight all the way up to 500 tons, that's what Master used to use when he bench lifted. And even I can never reach that strength unless I use one of my other orders to create my massive air body I can make, Star stated. Now get over there and let's start breaking that body of yours the old-fashioned American way. Beat it into submission. Izuku was dragged away with a chill down his spine and began to wish he had stayed in Japan. Come on, my new student. Since you're my master's son, that means you can call me Big Sis and it's my job to help you out. Star laughed. To be nice, Star pushed Izuku into the device and turned it on at 50 tons. Internally, Izuku exclaimed, she's more sadistic than Aizawa, as he swiftly used his quirk to offset the weight. You're gonna have to keep it at a lower percentage so it's hard for you body, that will make your body work even harder to push the weight up, stated Star. Izuku nodded his head and began to gradually raise the weights while lowering the power until he was perspiring and having trouble. So what do you think of my plan? Nezu asked during a video conference with the International Hero Association during a board meeting. In an effort to minimize corruption, they oversaw and assisted in regulating all hero associations worldwide. The president of the International Hero Association remarked, well, I must admit that I do like the idea of this international hero group you wish to assemble, but why have it so no politics are involved? If the heroes in this didn't have to worry about politics from other nations, they could concentrate on their heroic work, assisting devastated communities from disasters and other things, and it would run much more smoothly. But don't worry, if they did try anything bad, the Hero Association for this would be in charge of dealing with it, Nezu said. It will also prevent them from gaining political power to escape things. The IHA president stated, and who would be in charge of it? It would have to be someone the whole world respects. The International Hero Association is known as IHA. All Might would in charge of it, and don't worry, I have him going through a crash course of everything he'd had to know for it, laughed Nezu. I'll have to discuss this with all the other country leaders and Hero Association presidents before I make any decisions. But not only that, but who's on the list so far? Said the president of the IHA. Deku, the symbol of hope from Japan, Endeavor from Japan, Stars and Stripes from America, Spartan from Greece, Pharaoh from Egypt, Frost from Russia, Jaeger from Germany, Neptune from Italy, and Monarch from Britain, Nezu said. Well, the leaders of each of those nations would make excellent first-generation members of this organization, and it would also help with many of the global issues pertaining to transnational criminals. The IHA president said, I'll start making calls, Nezu, but no promises, and hung up. Aizawa, who was present, was asked, so what made you think this up? When Midoriya told me he wants to save the whole world and make it a better place, and I believe this is the first step to that goal, Nezu replied. Before he got up and walked out of the room, Aizawa said, well, put me on the list, I'll help problem children. You must exert more effort, Star said. Izuku said, I'm trying, as he was worn out and covered in perspiration. Well, break through those limits and keep going, I'm starting to get bored, replied Star. Izuku pushed himself past his breaking point and felt the last of his remaining stamina before saying, fuck. There, that's much better, I knew you could keep going, Star replied. Star watched as Izuku, who had been training for the previous 14 hours, finally finished and fell to the ground. The enormous weights on his chest, arms, and legs caused his body to crash to the ground, shattering it. Don't be such a baby, you only have 3 tons on each arm, replied Star. Star was pushing Izuku to the limit and could feel his muscles screaming in agony. Yay, but you're only letting me use 5%. He yelled. Star said dismissively, meh, we have a doctor to heal you so you'll be fine. Izuku said, deadpan, that's not the point. I want to get stronger, not kill myself every day from training. You must push yourself to the limit and consistently break it if you want to surpass All Might. If you want to surpass him, you'll have to push yourself to the limit every single time, Star said. Keep going even if your muscles literally tear themselves apart, your lungs give out, or your bones break. Izuku nodded and looked down before he slowly and arduously got back up. Good, we'll train for 1 more hour, then you can go rest, and tomorrow we'll go on patrol together and I'll help you get faster and stronger, Star replied with a nod. Izuku imagined that all of the past users were seated in a circle, staring at one another. So first, when will you allow Midoriya to use his own strength and not All Might's strength that you limited him to, replied Nana. Soon. He's very close, but once he does get it he'll be almost back to square one because of how strong he'll be, according to the first user. A tiny white star the size of a soccer ball was the first of 9 stars that lined up as they all turned. They all gradually grew larger until the 8th dwarfed the others and reached the size of the moon. However, the green sun behind it was easily 6 times larger, with power arcs emanating from the 5th, 7th, and 8th stars. The 4th user stated, I think it will be mine, adding that, he'll need mine the most for the storm that is coming. Except for the 2nd and 3rd users, who were facing a wall in the back, all of the other users nodded. When he faces Shigaraki he'll need all our help and guidance to defeat him, stated the 1st. The star screamed, come on Deku, don't slow down, we've only been out for 13 hours straight now. And took off in search of more villains. Despite panting, Izuku launched himself forward, using float to help him catch up and stay ahead of her. Since he arrived in America 3 days ago, Star has been pressuring him so much that she now needs to call her doctor following every patrol or training session. This is Police Unit 57. We have a hostage situation near the mall in downtown. All available units and heroes are requested to show up, said an officer on the radio. Star hurried off in that direction, saying, hear that Deku. It's about to get serious now. Putting more force into his jumps, Izuku said, let's hurry then, and immediately caught up to her. A man brandishing what appeared to be a cannon for his arm yelled, "Nobody move or I'll blow this little girl's brains out." He was forcing a young child, perhaps 5 to 7 years old, to view her mother's body while he held her as a hostage. Sobbing, the girl said, "Mommy." Stars and stripes landed on the ground a few meters from the psychopath before anyone could speak. Star frowned and said, "I'm only going to tell you this once, let her go now." She detested those who mistreated children. "You think I'm stupid? If I let her go you'll just stop me or worse kill me," the antagonist replied. "Now you all let me go or else this girl will be seeing her mommy real soon." Star remained silent as she waited for Izuku to move into position. A few seconds later, she noticed him above him and gave him the thumbs up. "Fine, we'll let you leave as long as you leave the girl unharmed," replied Star. This wasn't Stars and Stripes at all, and the criminal gave her a bewildered look. Black Wisp sprang from above him, seized his arm cannon, and pointed it toward the ground before he could take any action. Others, however, seized the girl and dragged her away. Before he knew it, someone had him restrained and slammed on top of him. Izuku went to get some quirk cuffs and put them on him, saying, "Sorry, but we can't allow you to do that." As she put her boot on the criminal's head, Star remarked, "Haha, good job, Deku. I knew you could do it. Just need to work on your speed more. I'm personally gonna make sure you rot in prison for the pain you put that girl through." According to the thug, fuck, you be bitch. Despite his glare, Star picked him up roughly and tossed him to the police. "Alright, come on Deku, let's keep going, we have 1 more hour to go," replied Star. He was approaching the young girl when she turned around. Izuku lowered himself gently in front of her and asked, "Are you alright?" My mommy," the girl sobbed. Izuku decided to take a chance and give the girl a hug in an attempt to console her after he looked sorrowfully at her mother's body. "Shish, it's okay, just let it out." As Izuku comforted her by rubbing her back, the girl grabbed onto him and began sobbing into his shoulder. A man in his mid-30s yelled, "Rachel," as he seized his daughter from Izuku and gave her a tight embrace. Rachel, as she was now known, said, "Daddy. I want mommy." The man turned to Izuku and said, Shush, it's okay, and I want your mom back too. Thank you for saving my daughter." Izuku bowed to the man and said, "It's no problem, sir. I'm sorry I couldn't have saved your wife." "It's okay. It wasn't your fault, so don't blame yourself, but still thank you for saving my daughter," replied the man. Izuku gave a nod and lowered his head as he left. "What you did right there was a good thing," replied Star. "Come on, let's go so we can try and save more people." Izuku gave a nod, squatted down, and launched himself into the air, bouncing between buildings or using float to stay afloat. When they eventually arrived at her headquarters, they were both worn out from spending an additional 3 hours out. As she went to her room to use the restroom, Star said, "Don't worry. I asked my secretary to order us some pizza. Go and get clean so we can eat." Izuku nodded before leaving to take a quick shower, clean his fresh wounds or scars, and remove some of the blood. He glanced down at the fresh scar on his chest, which had been caused by a crazy man wearing a white mask with hair on top and brandishing a kitchen knife. Fortunately, he managed to knock him unconscious with a head smash of 20%. Izuku quickly finished his shower, dried off, applied some bandages to aid in the healing of his wounds, and left. As she took another bite of her pizza, Star said, "I hope you enjoy pepperoni pizza or you're going hungry." "I actually like it, so thanks, though I've never had American pizza," Izuku replied. "Well, I'll warn ya this right now, be careful of which city you might be in when you say you like pizza, cause some cities will get pissed. I once went to New York and I saw 2 guys fighting because one liked Chicago pizza over New York pizza," stated the Star. "Wow, I'd say that's stupid, but considering the amount of weird things I've seen I'd sound like a hypocrite," Izuku replied. Hee, you get used to it. I mean, I'm American, so I'm used to hearing all the insults, but I really don't care," laughed Star. Izuku grinned as his phone rang. He took it out and checked it, discovering it was from Ochako. In order to cover for the old heroes until new ones can be found, she and 1A are traveling to Naboo Island for a month. Before leaving his text messages, he grinned and wished her luck and fun. Star glanced over and noticed a picture of a young girl with red eyes, white hair, and a bronze horn on Izuku's home screen. A cute teenager with short brown hair and a permanent flush was standing behind her. The final one was a stunning woman with red eyes, wheat-colored skin, long white hair, and rabbit ears. In the photo, all three of them were grinning. With curiosity, Star asked, "Who are those three?" "Oh. Well, this one right here is Ochako and she's my girlfriend, and that is Rumi, or publicly known as Maruko, she's also my girlfriend. The last one is Eri and she's my adoptive daughter, but I just see her as my actual daughter," Izuku replied. The shocked Star asked, "Wait, so you have two girlfriends and a daughter?" Yeah," Izuku asked, unsure of how to actually react. Star wiped away a tear and said, "I'm so proud of my little brother." Izuku said, "We're not related." Star pulled Izuku into a bone-crushing embrace and said, "Who cares? Come here and give your big sister a hug." "Why do almost all the women I know have the ability to give bone-crushing hugs?" Izuku pondered. "C can't be breath." Before she heard the sound of bones cracking, Star gave him a tighter hug, not listening to him. She saw Izuku's soul depart from his body as his pale body fell to the ground. Then she grabbed Izuku's foot and pulled him away. "Oops, maybe this is why I'm banned from giving people hugs when I'm really happy," Star said. "Come on, I'll get the doctor to heal you again." The former OFA users were clinging to Izuku's soul in a desperate attempt to keep it from departing as Star pulled him to the hospital. As they approached the island, Ochako stood on the ship's deck and remarked, "Wow, that's Naboo Island." Mina jumped up and down and exclaimed, "Man, I'm so excited." Denki laughed and remarked, "It's going to be awesome and there won't be any teachers either." Sigh, "I wish Izuku, Eri, and Rumi could have done, they would have loved it here," Ochako saddened. "Oh come on Ocha, there's always next time, besides I heard you and Rumi were getting some special clothes to tease him with," Mina said with a grin. Ochako exclaimed, Mina. With great embarrassment. "What? Nothing wrong with that, just make sure to wear protection unless you're planning to make Eri an older sister even sooner," Mina replied. Before Kyoka caught her with one of her jacks, Ochako covered her face and began to float away. "Mina, stop or you'll kill her with embarrassment," Jiro said. "Oh come on Jiro, I saw you get something just for you and Denki," Mina replied. Jiro reddened and hurried away. Ochako hurried out of there so as not to be further humiliated by Mina's. How did she know me and Rumi went and did that? Ochako saw a strange sight as she kept walking across the ship. Todoroki was holding a gigantic camera while seated in a plant vase with the plant perched atop his head. Ochako asked, Todoroki, what are you doing?" Todoroki pointed to the opposite side of the boat and said, "I'm gathering evidence that Shinso is Aizawa's secret love child." Ochako turned to see Shinso lying on the ground with his hair down, just like Aizawa, in a purple sleeping bag. Todoroki said, "Now if you'll excuse me, I need to get closer," as he scampered over to him, completely hiding in the pot and defying reason. As she watched the ship dock, Ochako thought, "I'm going to need a therapist after Ua." One day later, Izuku and Star were battling a terrorist organization that was attempting to blow up a city when he looked down at the mayhem in front of them. The terrorist organization was preparing to destroy it after somehow obtaining a nuclear weapon. As she struck a terrorist with her fist, knocking him unconscious, Star yelled, "God damn it, not only do they have a nuclear weapon, it's a fucking Tsar bomb." "I know, but we have to stop this no matter what," Izuku said, grunting and kicking another terrorist across the street. Star activated New Order and had a lamp pole wrap around a terrorist, saying, "I fucking know, but I just want to know how they got one." Izuku, who was fighting the small army of terrorists, said, "We'll know if we can beat this guy and his massive group." He swiftly increased his power to 40%, charged forward, and eliminated a sizable contingent of roughly 80 terrorists. Star, Deku, we only got 10 minutes before the bomb goes off. A police officer yelled, "Take care of THR bomb. Me and the others will deal with these guys." After nodding, Star and Izuku fled into the building, avoiding the barrage of bullets and oddities that were being hurled at them. They quickly broke through the front door, began tearing through the terrorist, and began climbing the tower. "Fuck, we gotta check every single room in this 75-story building," Star replied. As Izuku slammed a terrorist through a wall and pulled out a black whip, he asked, "Do the police have any idea where it might be?" Star shot off through the ceiling, saying, "Somewhere in the middle. We need to split up to cover more room. Also, be careful, they might have hostages." Izuku immediately followed suit and began running frantically from room to room in search of this bomb. As he continued to ascend the building, he soon arrived at the second floor, where he swiftly killed the terrorists and rescued a few civilians. Izuku quickly began climbing the building as quickly as he could again, and after 8 excruciating minutes, he broke down a door and discovered the bomb. When he looked, he saw the main terrorist with a kill if necessary order on him, surrounded by numerous other terrorists and civilians. The main terrorist said, "So the great Deku of Japan came here to stop little old me. I'm touched." He was a huge, tall man with a face that appeared to be covered by a respiratory mask. His face was covered in skull-shaped tattoos, and he wore a black trench coat. Izuku said, "I'm going to stop you," as he cautiously pressed a button on his belt that gave Star his location. "Ha ha 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 ha. You think you can stop this? You only have 2 minutes. What can you do, hero?" The terrorist replied, "Besides, even if you stop me, you'll still have the bomb and it will destroy this whole city and any nearby cities as well." Izuku clenched his jaw and scanned the room, attempting to determine the best course of action. One of the users said in his mind, "You'll have to either disarm the bomb or somehow get it out of range of any civilians." Izuku nodded and was ready to strike when Star struck the terrorist group's leader through the ceiling. Star yelled, "Take out these guys when I deal with the bomb," as she went to the bomb after punching one of them out. Izuku hurried away and used the black whip, eliminating every terrorist in the room in a matter of seconds. On her intercom, Star exclaimed, "Chief, we found the bomb. How do we disarm it?" As he brought the bomb crew in to explain it to her, the chief asked, "What kind of timer is it?" "It looks like an old mechanical countdown and we only have 1 minute," stated Star. The leader of the bomb squad said, "Okay, you're going to have to force open the panel and stop the gears from turning." After swiftly prying open the panel, Izuku and Star were able to see the gearbox that operated the timer. "You got to put something in the gearbox to stop it from turning, then we'll be able to get rid of it safely," said the commander of the bomb squad. At precisely 3 seconds, Izuku snatched up a pipe and jammed it into the gear, halting the countdown. He and Star exhaled in relief. "That was too fucking close," Star said, dabbing at her perspiration. "I agree. Let's wait for the police to secure the area then leave. I want the day off," Izuku replied. Star said, "You and me both." Hundreds of police and firefighters, along with a few other heroes, were thanking them as they left the building. They also learned that everyone who had been evacuated was returning. One of the women in the back shouted from behind the police line, "Stars and stripes, Deku, thank you so much for saving us." Before he left, Izuku waved and grinned at them, but a hero stopped him by tapping his shoulder. He saw a pretty woman with black hair wearing what appeared to be a hero suit when he turned around. The hero smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for saving us, Deku. I appreciate what you and Star did." Izuku was beaming. "It was nothing, ma'am, I was just doing what any good hero would do." Izuku was shocked when the hero leaned over and kissed his cheek, saying, "Well, thank you again." A shiver went down his spine before he could reply, and he sensed that Ochako and Rumi weren't pleased. "I'm so fucked. Indeed you are ninth." As she leapt into the air to go home, Star exclaimed, "Come on, Deku, let's go back home and get some rest for tomorrow." Izuku quickly squatted down and took off, following her with Float. Unaware of the seriousness of the situation, Izuku thought, "I hope Ochako and the others are having fun on Nabu Island." Katsuki cried out, "Ah," as the man known as Nine broke his arm. Nine raised his finger and aimed a purple laser at him, saying, "Give me what I want or I'll be forced to kill all of you." "Damn it," Katsuki moaned in agony as he slowly pushed his body up and glared at him after the laser struck him and sent him flying across the ground. Nine was about to launch another attack when he used his air wall quirk to block a huge wall of ice that was headed his way. After grabbing Katsuki, Todoroki fled to reconsider his strategy for stopping Nine, but he simply batted away everything they threw at him. He swiftly fled from Nine after sending another enormous wall of ice to slow him down, even if only for a few seconds. When they reached the new rally point a few minutes later, 1A was all exhausted and fighting to stay upright. "Damn it, what are we going to do?" Denki replied, "We can't get a signal through because of this storm." As she completed tying a splint for her broken leg, Ochako remarked, "If only Izuku was here, then we'd stand a much better chance." "Half and half, I need you to use your fire on me to make me sweat as much as possible," replied Katsuki. "After that, round face, I want you to use your quirk on me, then I want you, Sato, to throw me in the air." "What, why?" Mina exclaimed, perplexed. "I'm going to create a massive explosion in the clouds and hopefully make big enough of a hole to send a distress signal," stated Katsuki. Katsuki began to perspire profusely after Todoroki nodded and sent him some flames. When Ochako used her quirk on him after a minute, the Sato seized him and flung him into the air. "I hope this works," Katsuki said, using his good hand to produce a few explosions to speed up. A minute later, he reached the clouds and exclaimed, "Howitzer impact," as he thrust his hand forward. Fortunately, Katsuki's explosion was successful, leaving a huge hole in the sky. Denki was about to receive a signal back on the ground, so he promptly sent Ua a distress signal. As he completed his daily paperwork, Nezu was humming happily in his office when his computer alerted him to a warning. He hurried to the intercom after noticing that it was a distress signal from 1A. Nezu grabbed his phone and dialed Izuku, shouting, "All UA staff prepare to leave Class 1A is being attacked." Izuku received a call from Nezu while he was back in America, reading some reports on his phone while lounging on the couch. "Principal Nezu, Midoriya Class 1A is in trouble, and if by any chance you're near there I need you to head there immediately." Fear gripped Izuku's body, and he hung up the phone and rushed to find Star. "Star, huh? What?" Star asked as she was preparing a sandwich in the kitchen and noticed Izuku approaching her. "I need to get to Nabu Island right now, my class is in danger," Izuku exclaimed. Star nodded her head and said, "Get your costume, I have an idea," before leaving, saying, "Meet me on the roof." Izuku nodded and hurried to change. He then hurried to the roof, where he saw Star gazing out to sea. "Izuku, I'm gonna throw you," said Star as he looked at him. "I'll use super strength and be able to help send you there, and you'll use your flying ability to help you get there faster." With a nod, Izuku approached Star, who placed her hand on him and lifted him. Remember, do what All Might did to stay in the air. He used his legs to kick the air to launch himself higher into it, and you'll have to use that as well, in order to keep momentum and speed, stated Star. Before Star threw Izuku a fast and far throw, she reared her arm back and said, "Got it. And thank you for everything, Star." As she watched him kick the air and use float, he was moving even faster and was no longer visible, even through binoculars. All of 1A was fighting to keep 9 at bay, but fortunately he had to retreat to regain his strength, which bought them some much-needed time. Iida asked, "When did the heroes say they will be here?" "Not for another 2 hours. Denki said. As he kept watch, Shinso remarked, "We'll have to make do with that time and hold him off till then." Suddenly, Todoroki said, "I find it strange." Ochako said, "What's strange?" "This 9-person has multiple quirks, and so did that man Midoriya and All Might fought." "Not only that, but Midoriya also has multiple quirks as well," said Todoroki. When they heard that, everyone fell silent, and they were now interested in learning why. "You're right, it's weird," Jiro remarked as he considered. Shinso pointed down the hill and said, "Guys, I think we have bigger problems right now." When the class looked down, they saw 9 approaching them once more. When Katsuki realized how screwed up they were, he said, "Fuck." At least 3 football fields were covered by the enormous ice attack that Todoroki swiftly created as he ran forward. He dropped to his knees, kneading, "That should give us a couple mo," fiercely. The ice broke in front of everyone, and 9 people kept moving forward. He continued to bat them away like bugs as the class charged in an attempt to take him down. The class was completely destroyed when he unleashed a huge, blue, dragon-like creature, and he also used his weather quirk to eliminate the others. Only Ochako, who was watching over the children, and Katsuki remained. Fortunately, the man was hurt and his mask was damaged when Katsuki charged forward and threw a huge explosion at him. 9 shot Katsuki through the abdomen with his laser quirk while glaring at him. 9 slammed his foot on Katsuki's head, causing him to fall and clutch his stomach in agony. 9 said, getting ready to murder him, "There is no hope left for any of you, and you are all going to die." Katsuki smirked as he attempted to stand up and noticed a tiny green spark in the sky. We win," Katsuki uttered feebly. 9 appeared perplexed, but he was startled out of his reverie when a metal boot struck his face and caused his jaw to crack. After being launched into the air, he crashed into a tree and managed to stop himself. When he looked up, a fist struck him, causing his entire body to bend from the force of the impact. He was then thrown across the island and then skipped across the ocean, roughly 300 yards. Ochako, Katsuki, and the other members of 1A who were still conscious gazed at Izuku with joy and optimism. Izuku stepped forward and scowled at the area of the water where he saw 9 creeping slowly. Izuku turned to face everyone after saying, "You hurt my friends and girlfriend. You're going to regret attacking them. Don't worry everyone, everything is fine." "Now why?" "Because I am here." Izuku, his respiratory mask shattered, watched Nine emerge from the ocean and glare at him as he stood in front of his class. As Nine used his weather quirk to start building a huge storm over him, he said, "So you're the one Shigaraki warned me about." Izuku muttered, "One for all 40%, as he charged ahead at unbelievable speeds, already faster than before, and materialized in front of Nine. Izuku kicked his leg forward, sending Nine flying after it slammed into him again. Izuku was severely injured when Nine swiftly called forth a huge bolt of lightning from the storm overhead. Izuku sprang to his feet and lunged towards Nine, cocking his fist back to deliver a blow. Nine countered by constructing a huge blue hydra that attempted to devour Izuku after defending with an air wall that stopped the attack. Izuku dug his feet into the ground in an attempt to halt the attack and said, "Damn it." When he noticed the town behind him, he turned on Black Whip and made it dig into the ground to slow it down. Ohio smash! Izuku instantly destroyed the hydra with a slam of his fist, and as he looked up, he saw a purple laser punch approaching. In order to avoid being struck, he sprinted away, avoiding them and moving in random directions as he approached. Nine screamed, "Damn you!" as he whipped up a huge tornado and hurled it at Izuku, who was struck by it and attempting to regain his equilibrium. With a smile, Nine launched two blue hydras, which divided and struck Izuku from various directions. After avoiding a huge boulder that nearly severed his head, Izuku was struck by another one. Izuku yelled, 100% Texas Smash, as he kicked his leg down toward the tornado's bottom, causing it to collapse and release him. He sped away and attempted to approach Nine, but Nine's fast reflexes allowed him to avoid most of the blows. Nine swiveled around, slammed his hand down on Izuku's stomach, and then pierced it with a laser. When Izuku coughed up blood, Nine combined his Hydra and Storm quirks before he could react. Nine yelled, "Die," as he launched Izuku into the air and began to use the Hydra to throw him like a rag doll and slam him around the area. After that, Nine flung Izuku in the direction of the city, where he crashed through several structures and gradually pushed himself upward. Izuku boosted his power to 50% and charged at Nine, punching him in the stomach before Nine could react, saying, "He's strong." With a painful grunt, Nine took Izuku by the face and attempted to take away his quirk. "Ah!" Izuku cried out in excruciating pain, as if his brain were being torn out. Nine was deeply perplexed when he found himself in a huge black void. "Where am I?" Nine asked, looking around in bewilderment, when he noticed 8 balls of light shooting in his direction. All 8 balls of light struck him with enough force to level a small city before he could even react, and they continued to do so. He was zipping around him, repeatedly hitting. The 8 balls of power came together to form one and struck him, knocking him out of Izuku's head after what seemed like hours. Someone grabbed his face before he left, and the figure above him only made him feel afraid. Death seemed to be staring at him. Before crushing Nine's skull and vanishing before the previous users could find him, the figure said, "Never consider doing that to my son again." All of that caused Nine's body to tremble, and he saw his life flash before his eyes. He released Izuku and grasped his head in agony. "What was that?" Nine thought as he watched Izuku slowly rise to his feet. "I don't know what that was, but I'm gonna kill you, then steal that boy's quirk and kill Shigaraki." Izuku used Black Whip to stabilize his broken arm and leg and force his body up so he could move more easily and painlessly. Izuku thought, "I have to finish this," and he pushed his body to use 60% of its energy as he bounded ahead, ignoring the pain. After Izuku's fist struck and cracked Nine's air wall, he launched himself at him, attempting to hit him from behind. Using his weather quirk, Nine spun around and struck Izuku with a lightning bolt, further injuring him. While forcing his body to continue moving, Izuku thought, "Keep going. Don't stop." The fight appeared to the onlookers like a green lightning bolt emerging at random in an attempt to strike the central figure. Even though Izuku was losing steam, he continued to push his body forward and made the decision to try to finish it with a single blow. He pulled out Black Whip, snatched up 2 enormous boulders, and swung them in opposite directions toward Nine, forcing him to block them. Izuku yelled, 100% Japan Smash, as his fist struck Nine, sending him flying backwards. Nine took off and continued to crash into the earth until he stopped at a precipice. Izuku thought, "Damn it," as he collapsed, barely standing, his arms and one leg now broken. "Get up." Get up, get up. Nine got to his feet slowly, his body covered in enormous purple lines that appeared to be destroying it, and he was furious about everything. Nine shouted, "I'm going to kill you, Deku," and used all of his strength to make a huge storm that engulfed the entire island of Naboo. With winds of up to 60 miles per hour, the storm was so big and strong that it covered more than 50 miles and was producing waves 9 feet high. After holding himself to the ground with Black Whip, Izuku turned to see 1A clinging tenaciously in the distance, attempting to avoid being blown away. He knew he had to continue fighting because he could only imagine the struggles that civilians are currently facing. One for all, please. Give me strength so I can beat him. I can't do this alone and I need you, so please allow me to use my strength and not all mights. I may not be strong enough to handle it, but please, I need it. Izuku requested that the prior users be attentive. Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to face the figure, but he received no response and was ready to fight Nine anyhow. He identified the first user he had ever seen. You're ready, Ninth. But be warned, your body will destroy itself using 100%, but we know you need it, so we will do our best to keep the damage to a minimum. Before he vanished, the first user said. In Izuku's imagination, the first user was moving past everyone else in the direction of the enormous stars to which the green one was connected. 3 stars were identified, the first being All Might's, a huge yellow star, followed by Nana's, a silver one. The last one was a red one that was associated with Banjo. White wisps that were initially placed on Izuku to protect him surrounded his star, preventing him from using all of his power. The fourth, who hasn't fully manifested yet, asked, "Are you sure he's ready? He's still a kid and very weak." The first one reached forward and pulled out the white wisps, saying, "It's not that I'm sure. It's that I know he's ready to handle this power. Now go, Ninth. Kick that man's ass." Izuku felt as though his own body was about to blow up due to the tremendous surge of power that suddenly swept through him. "We'll only be able to hold your body together for 1 minute, so don't waste any time," said the initial user. Suddenly, all of his suffering and fatigue vanished as a wave of alien powers swept through him. Izuku said, "Right," before closing his eyes and using his One for All. One for All 100%. The power Izuku was producing caused the ground beneath him to shatter, and his dark green hair turned turquoise green as he rose to his feet. Around Izuku, the lighting grew brighter and was breaking and cracking the ground whenever it came into contact with it. Around Izuku, there was a strong ozone odor. Izuku appeared stronger to 9, but he dismissed it with a, "Now D," attitude. When he blinked, he saw that Izuku had his fist embedded in his stomach and that he was lying on the ground with the ocean surrounding him open. He felt the pain rush through him and blood dripping from his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes as soon as he realized how quickly Izuku moved. Izuku was above him when he blinked once more, and he kicked him into the ground with such force that it shook the entire island. What the F? UCK? 9 exclaimed, startled by Izuku's shape in the sky. He was the mortal, and it appeared that a god was despising him. D. Don't you underestimate me, 9 said as the lightning bolt struck and the enormous storm concentrated all of its energy into one spot. Even though he wasn't moving, 9 couldn't help but smile when he saw it going toward Izuku. However, it was swiftly replaced by fear after witnessing Izuku's actions. The force of Izuku's arm swinging back broke the lightning bolt and obliterated the entire storm cloud that hung over the entire island, allowing the sun to shine through as though light had finally triumphed over the darkness. "What are you?" said 9 as he retreated, his body trembling with fear. Izuku declared, "I'm the symbol of hope," as he leapt above 9 with his fist cocked back in an instant. 9 saw Izuku's fist approach him in slow motion, and the last thing he saw was one of those lightning bolts surrounding him. His eyes flashed red, and he turned black with a red tint. Izuku screamed, "Smash!" as his fist struck 9, causing the entire island to tremble and sending enormous waves crashing across the surrounding ocean. As Izuku slowly raised his purple broken arm, the residents of Naboo Island and Class 1A watched him with wide eyes. As if to proclaim victory, he soared into the sky, and the sun's light poured down on his body. Izuku's battle with 9 took place a full month ago, and after he recovered, he returned to America to complete his training with Star. He claimed that he had to return to America in order to strengthen himself and learn how to manage his newfound strength, which made everyone very sad. After thanking the heroes, the residents of Naboo Island erected a massive statue of all of Class 1A above the cliff where 9 was vanquished. When 9's body was burned, people were relieved that someone so strong would never be seen again. At this point, every student in Class 1A was seated and listening to Aizawa. Now, as I'm sure you're all well aware, we shall be having a training exercise tomorrow and it will involve Class 1B. Our original plan was to have the two classes fight, but Nezu decided to change it, stated Aizawa. Sue raised her hand and asked, so what will we be doing then, Aizawa-sensei? That's all for today, Aizawa said, gathering his belongings before departing. I'm not at liberty to tell since it shall be a surprise, anyways. Mommy, Eri said, looking up from Ochako's lap, when will Papa be back? Don't worry, sweetie, Ochako said, kissing her head. He said he'll be back very soon. Eri nodded, but her sadness persisted, so she tried to console herself by giving her stuffed animal a tighter hug. Since the day was over and everyone had returned to their regular schedules, the class got up and left for the dorms. Katsuki was reading a book he was lending while seated in the back, away from the class. It told the story of a boy who never gave up on his dreams even though everything was against him. Kirishima approached him and asked, "Hey Baku bro, what's up?" As he was still reading. The words, "reading a book Kirishima," were spoken by Katsuki. Over the course of the month, that was another change. Katsuki only referred to people by their family names and stopped using disparaging nicknames. "Hey, you okay?" Kirishima asked, giving him a shoulder pat. "I'll be fine, Kirishima. Just a lot on my mind, that's all," Katsuki replied. Kirishima asked, "Would you like to talk about it?" After a long period of silence, Katsuki gave a small nod. I don't understand how Izuku could go through all of this and still keep a smile and be a hero. Let alone call me a friend," said Katsuki. "It just doesn't make any sense. I mean fuck, I should be in jail for the shit I pulled and did, and yet he still forgave me and calls me a friend." Kirishima comforted him by patting his back and remaining silent. "I talked to Nezu and he said the only reason why I'm not in jail is because Izuku changed me and in a way punished me for the wrongs I did. But I still feel guilty." What kind of hero treats his best friend that way?" said Katsuki as he grasped his locks. "Midoriya bro is a good guy and he cares deeply for us all, and I think he saw something in you that no one else could. He saw that under all that anger, hatred, and pride was a hero, and he wanted you to achieve that dream. I don't agree with what you did, nor will I probably forgive you for that, but I'm still your friend and I'm here if you need someone to talk to," stated Kirishima. With a slight smile, Katsuki nodded his head and said, "Thank you, Kirishima," before slowly getting to his feet and saying, "I'm going to make dinner for everyone." The fact that Katsuki is attempting to atone for all of his previous transgressions and improve himself made Kirishima smile. Jiro leaned against the wall and asked, "Do you think he can be a better person?" "I believe he can. He shows that he wants to be a better person and I'm sure he'll try his best to do so," stated Kirishima. After giving a nod, Jiro went to look for Denki, who had wandered off in her idiotic state. Class 1A was waiting for 1B and the teachers to arrive in the training grounds. Shinso cracked his neck and said, "Man, I wonder what we'll be doing today." Iida performed hand chops so quickly that they couldn't see his arm. "I agree, and knowing Ua it will be very beneficial for us to learn whatever it is," he said. Ochako laughed and said, "Iida, you could knock someone out by doing that." He merely stated, "I am aware, that is why I am careful with it," as he continued. As Todoroki visualized it, he asked, "Do you think we attached a wind-up key to him we could use them to break down doors?" The idea of Iida holding a wind-up key made the entire class laugh uncontrollably. Looking at Ochako's new outfit, which included new equipment and a new helmet, Mina exclaimed, "Ochako, I love your new costume." He thanks Izuku helped me design it and Hatsume built it and I gotta say I love it," Ochako said with a grin. "All right, everyone, that's enough," Aizawa said as he approached them, Class 1B and Vlad at his heels. Nezu said, "Yes, we have a special training for all of you," as he suddenly appeared. "Is that normal?" asked Kendo, the teacher of her class near 1A, as she leaned over to Todoroki. "Yes, and he's still trying to teach Izuku to do it." The thought made Kendo shudder, but he returned to listening. Nezu grinned even more and said, "Now that I have all of your attention, I shall explain what the training shall be. What I originally wanted to do was have 1A vs 1B, but I realized that it might end up creating a bigger rift in the classes, so I changed it. Both classes shall work together to defeat someone that I'm quite excited to see how he handles all of you." Monoma was interrupted when Kendo punched him into a building. What, we have to work with the lowly 1A. Ha, our class will beat this P. Thank you, Kendo. Anyways, both of your classes will work together as heroes and defeat the villain, Nezu replied. Who will our opponent be? Katsuki asked inquisitively. Well, I'll let him introduce himself since he did just return, Nezu replied. Looking up into the sky, Class 1A and 1B saw a green figure descend from the sky and land far away on the ground. The ground was shaken by the impact of the landing, which also produced a huge dust cloud. As soon as the dust settled, both classes recognized Izuku, but he appeared different, more grown up, and hotter to the majority of the girls. Wearing a costume that appeared to be a bit too small for him due to the fabric stretching from his recent growth spurt, Izuku emerged from the dust cloud. He was now around 6 feet tall, and although his muscles appeared to have grown even larger, he still had the physique of someone who was quick and flexible. They also noticed that he had a haircut, leaving only the top of his head haired and the sides and back of his head buzzed. Izuku smiled and said, "Hey guys, long time no see." Because of his growth spurt, Ochako ran over to embrace him tightly, her face only reaching his chest. "I missed you, Baka," Ochako said, giving him a firm embrace. Izuku gave her a hug in return and grinned, saying, "I missed you, Ochako." He then reached over, cupped her chin tenderly, and drew her into a kiss. Because of the height difference, she had to stand on her toes while he leaned down to kiss her. "Eri misses you a lot and well. Rumi will probably tie you to a bed," said Ochako. I'm sure she would, but she'd have to catch me first, and I can't wait to see my little snowball," Izuku replied. Something caught Ochako's attention. Izuku appears to be a little more self-assured, but it's clear from his eyes that he's matured. "I'm just glad you're back," Ochako said, giving him a tighter hug. Mina exclaimed, "Holy shit, Midori, you grew up. You look so manly." Class 1A rushed over to Izuku and began bombarding him with questions. Aizawa remarked, "Looks like the class is glad he's back." Nezu said, "Yes, they do," and then he saw All Might approaching with Eri in tow. Eri said, glancing at Izuku, "Papa." When Izuku noticed Eri's eyes on him, he began to slowly move toward her while the class retreated to give him space. He quickly came in front of her, knelt down on one knee, and grinned. "Hey, Snowball," Izuku said, "I'm Ba. I missed you, Papa." Eri sobbed as she rushed forward to embrace him. Izuku gave Eri a tight hug after saying, "I missed you too, Eri." When the father and daughter reunited, everyone grinned and gave them their moment. "I'm sorry, Eri, but I have to help the class, but once I'm done I'll spend the whole day with you, I promise," Izuku replied. She ran to All Might after Izuku kissed her forehead after Eri said, "Okay, Papa." Izuku's tone and posture changed slightly as he said, "All right, everyone. You versus me. It's going to be easy. I'm the villain." Like Maruko when she's feeling arrogant, Izuku had a huge grin and punched his open hand. The entire class realized that Izuku was at a completely new level and would be their most difficult task to date when OFA activated around him. When the two classes saw Izuku, they all thought the same thing. "We're so fucked." "Alright, Midoriya, why don't you head out into the city and get ready? Once we hit the alarm, that means you can begin," Nezu replied. Izuku uttered the words, "You got it, you psychotic rat," before leaping into the air and disappearing into the city. With her fist raised, Eri exclaimed, "You go, Papa." Sweat dropping, Ochako said, "Of course my daughter cheers for her dad over us." "What did you expect?" Katsuki asked. "She's a daddy's girl." "True. Is it bad? I'm scared what Rumi will probably do once she finds out Izuku is back," replied Ochako. "Well, considering she's still in heat and he hasn't been around in a month, she's not gonna stop even if he says no," Su replied. Ochako said, "Sai, you're right. She won't." As he prayed briefly to Izuku, Nezu pushed the buzzer and shouted over the intercom, "All right, everyone, and begin." Both classes fled, remaining together in a single, enormous group as they hurried through the city while keeping watch. "So do you think we have a chance of beating Midoriya?" asked Toru. Of course 1A is scared of him, but we of 1B shall beat him, no pro," Monoma said just before he was interrupted by black tendrils snatching him. "Ah!" The screaming abruptly stopped as both classes watched him being pulled into a shadowy alley. "What the fuck?" replied Jirota. "I couldn't smell him, so how did he get Monoma?" Katsuki cracked his knuckles and remarked, "Izuku used his quirk called Black Whip and is probably far from us. Please, God, keep us safe, Abara prayed. No, Nezu said on the intercom. Tetsu exclaimed, come on, we got this, and I'm sure we can defeat them. Yeah, we've gotten stronger. Let's show Midoriya how strong we really are, shouted Kirishima. Most students in both classes exclaimed, yeah. Todoroki said, we're fucked either way, as he followed them. Izuku shouted, smash, as his leg slammed into Kendo's enlarged hand, sending her flying back. Izuku has eliminated the majority of both classes in the last 10 minutes, leaving only roughly 13 students. Damn it, this is fucking stupid. Katsuki yelled as he hurled himself at Izuku while making some explosions in his hands. Katsuki threw a huge explosion at him, but Izuku vanished as soon as the smoke cleared, and he was kicked in the back of the ribs. As he launched a huge explosion to get some distance, Katsuki yelled, I know this is hypocritical of me, but your powers are bullshit. After running up and sending a huge wave of ice in Izuku's direction, Todoroki looked at it and punched once, destroying the glacier. Izuku tried to encourage Kacchan by saying, come on, I thought you were going to be a challenge, and it worked exactly as he had hoped. Katsuki's eye began to twitch with rage, and a vein appeared on his forehead. You're fucking dead, was all he said as he blasted his explosions in his direction. After using his explosions to propel himself upward, Katsuki threw his arms up, launched himself downward, and brought his foot down to give him an axe kick. When Izuku grabbed his leg, Katsuki instantly swung his other leg at him, which he also grabbed, and noticed that he smiled. Squeezing his legs to put his feet around Izuku's neck and then throwing him away, he yelled, fuck you, Izuku. He said, sorry, Ochako, and then punched her in the stomach after Ochako ran towards him and attempted to use her quirk against him. Despite her agonized gasp, she managed to touch his leg and use her quirk on him, making the fight more challenging. As Kendo grabbed Izuku's upper body to keep him motionless, Abara rushed over and used her vines to hold him down by wrapping them around his legs. Momo said, sorry, Midoriya, as she pointed a cannon she had made from her side at him. Before Kendo and Abara could even react, Izuku easily overpowered them by turning up the power to 8% and widening their eyes. He took off and was above them on top of a building. As lightning arced around him, Izuku remarked, man, you guys are really getting stronger. I guess I should take you guys more seriously. Izuku vanished and quickly eliminated Kendo, Abara, Yui, and Pony before anyone could react. All of us who were left, Katsuki, Kirishima, Todoroki, Mina, Shinso, Ochako, Iida, Jiro, and Sue, are simply at a loss for words. Izuku yelled, you guys are heroes, so don't yield and keep fighting, encouraging them to stick with it. After exchanging glances and nodding, Katsuki and Todoroki collaborated. Izuku had to stop Katsuki's explosion right away after Todoroki launched a huge burst of flames at him, which he countered with a Missouri smash. Iida immediately followed, sprang up beside him, and kicked him away at a terrifyingly high speed. Izuku dug his feet in the ground and had to avoid being hit by acid before Shinso, who materialized above him, gave him a capture scarf. He was struck by Jiro's enormous sound waves, which caused him to fall to the ground, but he began to push through them. Izuku interrupted the sound waves, rushed forward, used OFA, and clapped in front of her, temporarily deafening her. Texas smash, he yelled, sorry Jiro. He then grabbed his arm and swung her at Momo, who was about to attack him, after blocking Sue's tongue from grabbing it. Ochako yelled, release, as she threw numerous enormous boulders at Izuku, who grabbed one and used it as a shield. Pulling the pin on his gauntlet, Katsuki yelled, got you, and hurled Izuku backwards with a huge explosion. Iida yelled, recipro burst, as he emerged behind Izuku and attempted to kick him, but Izuku caught his leg and Iida's eyes widened. Izuku uttered the words, my turn, before launching his leg out and kicking Iida in the side, breaking his armor and knocking him unconscious. Kirishima yelled, Red Riot Unbreakable, as he charged at Izuku in his best form, intending to tank his blows. Divergent Fist, Izuku yelled as he dodged his blow and struck him in the stomach with his fist before the air pressure struck him more forcefully. Izuku used a black whip, grabbed a light pole, and slammed Kirishima's into a nearby building after his armor broke around his chest. Acid shot, Mina exclaimed as she fired an acid bullet from her hand at Izuku, striking him and scorching a significant section of his suit. In order to give himself some breathing room, Izuku swiftly used float to back off and hit her with a Delaware smash that sent her flying back. Shinso yelled, "Hey Izuku!" expecting a response, but knowing that he wouldn't. He was restrained and rendered unconscious when Izuku turned and threw Black Whip at him, catching him before he could flee. Sue said, "I'm sorry, Midoriya," as she attempted to kick him. He swiftly stopped her attempt and gave her a gut punch that left her speechless. Izuku sliced her neck, saying, "Sneak attacks work better if you don't say anything." After that, he glanced at the remaining 1A members and clenched his knuckles in preparation for a fight, but he got a chill when someone landed behind him. "Izuku," said Rumi. Izuku turned to face her and said, "Why yes." It took all of Rumi's self-control not to jump him at the first sight of him. She approached him and remarked, "I love your new look," after noticing the difference in height. "And I really like how much taller you are. It's fucking hot." "Hee thanks," Izuku said, frightened. As she approached him and ran her finger down his chest, causing him to shiver, Rumi asked, "What's wrong?" Unsure of what to do, Izuku said, well Rumi said, "Nezu, cancel the match. Izu and I need some private training." Before anyone could respond, she dragged him away and gabbed him. "Wait, what?" Izuku exclaimed. As she pulled a blushing Izuku away, Rumi said, "Simple. You're going to fuck me till I can't walk and I'm not taking no for an answer." Momo said, what just happened?" According to her, only Izuku can cure it, and Ochako stated, "Rumi has been really horny and in heat." As she was leaving, Rumi yelled, "Ochako, you joining or no?" Before she could respond, Mina pushed her, saying, "Go and have fun but wear protection." As she flushed, Rumi returned, picked her up over her shoulder, and took off with her and Izuku, heading to Izuku's bedroom just as Ochako was about to say something. While sorting through some of her old possessions back at her house, Inko came across an old, rare photograph of Izuku and Hisashi. Inko lamented, "Oh Hisashi, if only you could see our child." Then she suddenly had the impression that Izuku had simply turned into a man. "Oh, I hope I'll get more grandbabies soon, but then again I'm sure he's being safe," replied Inko. She was ready to leave the storage room when she noticed something that reminded her of some happy memories from long ago. "Right, I wanted to give Izuku this for his costume but I forgot because of everything that's happened in the last couple months," Inko replied. She smiled sadly as she grasped the white cloth. Then she heard her phone ring and checked it. "Toshi. Izuku has returned and is doing well. He and young Uraraka were taken away for private training by Maruko." That made her chuckle, and she was so appreciative that she asked the principal to put in soundproof foam around his room, so that if they wanted some private instruction, the other students wouldn't hear it or, worse, Eri.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.